I nestled the link in the setup guide, but I can email you the box folder link where you can download that placeholder image.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, so we are connected to the to YouTube, so we're live streaming now. Let me return the host powers back to you.
Okay.
All right, so you were good to go here. I'll email you that link here in a couple minutes. Aside from that, I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Tommy. Yeah, see you.
See you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Morning.
Morning.
Wait. Too many things open on my laptop. So.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning, Hassan. Morning,
Hey,
Corey.
how are you?
Hey, good.
Good.
Morning, Nicole.
Oh,
Morning,
good
Virginia.
morning.
Morning.
How are you? Good to see you. Hi,
Yeah.
Rosa. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Corey.
Hey.
It's nice to see people.
Yeah. Still wait a bit.
Hey, Jacob.
We have in this panel we will have four presentations. So for each in a way around like approximately I think like 25 minutes or so. After a short introduction. So let's still wait for our guests.
Hello.
Hello, Adil.
How's it going?
Hi. Thank you. Good.
Good.
How's Zurich?
Yeah, good. Very
Yeah.
slow with the vaccines, but good.
Yeah, I heard it's getting much more positive now.
Yeah, slowly but surely it seems.
Yeah. How late? Like now is already it's not already evening, I guess. Now, like in your
yeah. It's 5 here.
Yeah. It's still moderate. We have also for the first reviews also Nikolai from Striker is also joining.
Right.
Maybe I already start a bit with the introduction. So welcome to our fine reviews and many thanks for joining us. So you will see 4 projects now in the first panel. we are joined like for students. We are joined. We have actually quite a generous and big jury, so I'm very glad for that everyone could join. We have Adil Boukari, who is a PhD candidate at the chair for digital architectonics at the ETH in Zurich, where he also co-leads a studio which deals with the implications of what we call today machine learning on actually like the how you practice architecture, or like the idea of a practice. Then we have from our school, we're joined by Corey. I just go full list by Corey Beek, associate professor and for digital strategies. Then we have Razana Vasatita, lecturer at UT, and of course also big fan of part relations. We have Nicole Wiedemann, also a professor at UT, and with a background and a profession into BIM related design strategies. Birjana Majikuta, our emergent scholar for architecture design at UT, and with interested in housing and in a way how to depart from modern housing strategies in a way. So maybe a short introduction to the brief. I see now like we're joined by Nikolai Bordiadev, who joins us from Moscow. He is a faculty at the Strelka Institute, where he leads the terraforming think tank postgraduate program. So let me maybe shortly give an introduction to what you will see today as a project. Hopefully it works. So it's a research studio. So students or everyone chose them later like your own site and program. It says the background. So of course, I think with a third modern, we look more into like how we can position architecture practice critically towards computation. I think so the studio research on that. You see already on such images that we integrate a lot of historical and strategical thinking. I mean, the studio is less oriented this time into design, but really more thinking on strategies. What are the implications for architecture practice this time? So what I mean with computation, so I think we are into like a fundamental shift how we deal with infrastructures, how we consider in a way like everything begins with big data machine learning, but my approach to that is or that we investigate into distributed forms, or like how you can edit and architect or compose or whatever with distributed forms of in a way systems or artifacts. So that comes in the idea of like how you begin to compose with distributed systems. So of course there's also like a formal relation with this discourse, which gives in way access a kind of rereading on a different scale of a modern project, and always where we start in this kind of like revival of a reinterpretation of typological relations. But there's also always with a background, not staying with a small scale, but always like orienting towards what I call different granularities, different forms of kind of neighborhood relations, also translated. You could see how you oriented your building, or that what you build towards more built environment. So that was, for example, where I stopped last term. By, of course, you edit with this part relations more in a bottom-up way. You end up with that as a full building design. what we in a way extend this is then, this term that you can think is also distributed. What happens when you see the whole city in a way as one building and you edit its parts as building parts? So, for example, further research was then, for example, what happens when you extract now, for example, all the food production, food delivery, food cooking, or all the industry, and you would in a way accumulate this into one, or like what happens when you begin to really rearrange in a way programs of a city. So we started the term with a first challenge, I would say. So we were thinking on the Zoom city. So what actually happened was that by lockdown, you're in a way like cut off by 90% of the urban fabric with its access, by just being in a residential area, but still like in a way everything begins or like still continued to work or to progress. So this is simply like some stuff crawled from Zillow, no? like how you today in a way anyhow render real estate and bunches out. So what actually happened, does it mean now the temporary contemporary condition that 90% of the built environment is obsolete today in today's condition? Or does it mean that we should much more inclusive incorporate that into our living conditions? So this was the first task in a way. What happens when you can include, what can you actually include? And what it would turn if your living actually increases by 90 or like 90 times, 9 times, you know? when it's in a way like you have access, much more literal access to that kind of space. So that also I've this paralleled with workshops into just how to edit that, like so like what I call like a more structuralist computation, like how you can really mix now with those building parts. So and then we asked in a way like with that kind of background and way more theoretical, more kind of like computational approach, how you now develop a strategy and orient not at the scale like between architecture and city, how you can now as an architect begin to build up a practice. Of course, like little footnote, everyone had to end with a program inside, so like with a project, which is not the main in a way I think focus of that project, but in a way which everyone has. So we have also I asked now everyone to prepare a slide presentation, but we will have also we have a Miro board. So I copy that in the chat. So where I asked them or that I think it's maybe more convenience that for in a way reviewing or discussing the ideas that we shift then actually to the Miro board. Maybe it's quicker. For it is alphabetical ordered. I put a little arrow, then arrow always where in a way the panel is for the recent project. Then okay, let's start. When we keep the order which we arranged last week, then it would be Rachel and Hayden. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your screen.
With 7 to 10 minutes, please. No?
Yes.
Stages go.
Will do. Welcome, everyone. I'm Hayden.
And I'm Rachel.
We're excited to share Playhouse with you.
You might be asking yourself, what is Playhouse? And before we tell you, we ask that you challenge your perspective on living, luxury, and playfulness.
Hey, Rachel, I don't think that.
All right.
Slides are okay. In today's society, our world is plagued by concrete jungles, purging away the color green in its most natural form. This trend has become one of increasing density. Farms turned into subdivisions, playgrounds into skyscrapers, and subsequently nature itself into monotonous gray cities. In an attempt to bring nature back into the equation, we've chosen to base our design on increasing amenities rather than square footage. We can combine varying functions, and we can eventually compress those conditions into cross-pollinating the buildscape entirely. Playhouse redefines relative space as one of increasing playfulness through nature, while maintaining the dense urban fabric of our ever-developing society. Playhouse is a new work-life balance housing model for families that considers 2 parties with contradictory programming needs, working adults and playing learning kids.
Let's talk about the benefits of this new housing model.
By designing the spaces between working families and their kids, we can create environments that inspire new forms of playfulness through amenities and adjacencies.
Such as interactive learning. Picture how much more you could have learned outside of the classroom if given the space to do so.
Interactive education is found by transforming playgrounds into a versatile world of learning and play.
Through a part-to-whole relationship, Playhouse provides a variety of learning experiences.
One being an interlocking, multi-level park.
Another being urban playscapes infused with the natural elements.
And lastly, living walls and gardens allow for kids to learn by experience about agricultural practices.
Meanwhile, parents will be nearby working either from home or at the office. Regardless, it's all happening here at Playhouse.
With such adjacencies, adult supervision is seamless.
Again, through a part-to-whole relationship, play is achieved by nature here.
Rolling hills,
Courtyards,
elongated parks,
expansive lawns,
these conditions create an infinite backyard as a social hub for community interaction.
This is achieved through ownership reallocation of communal and personal spaces.
By compressing living conditions, rooms for amenities increases.
The previous housing parts together form an endless variety of livable layouts.
Other than landscapes, recreation is at the heart of the gained amenities here at Playhouse.
However, when landscapes and recreation are morphed together, richer spaces take place.
Amenities like basketball, volleyball, gyms, and pools provide a diverse range of social entertainment.
Whimsical basketball court,
Refreshing pools,
interactive volleyball court,
Playhouse was engineered through playful experimentation of living conditions and how to improve their current state.
first, through studying existing programmatic spaces.
The programmatic study clearly identified a need for nature and playscapes to be brought back into the housing model.
The next phase was the integration of playful amenities into the interior living conditions.
That manifested into a series of builtscape and landscape parks.
When multiplied and cross-pollinated together, unique adjacencies were born.
Ambiguity was decreased here by establishing systematic goals of builtscape as a core condition and landscape as an outlying threshold,
which created unique network qualities.
but the real test came with placing Playhouse in an appropriate context.
Los Angeles was an obvious choice as green farmlands were overcome by concrete jungles.
Exhibit A.
The feasibility of Playhouse in the LA context happens through legal, financial, and technological solutions.
In these early contextual studies, Playhouse fills the gap between two parks, becoming a park itself while maintaining its livable functionality.
In a final iteration, Playhouse is neither builtscape nor landscape, but something new entirely.
Giving growing communities the opportunity to live a luxurious lifestyle that celebrates hard work and play.
Adjacencies of living, learning, and working are interwoven to form clusters of concentrated communities.
Part of Playhouse's identity is exploration of the new LA jungle, equal parts nature and concrete.
Sectional qualities reveal curious livability within the builtscape core.
A project centered on adjacencies inspires endless play.
Take a moment and picture what it would be like to live here.
To us, it'd be a dream world. Let's make it happen. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Do you want maybe like to flip to Miro?
Sure, sure.
Maybe give some more overview then.
Sure.
It's the third row in a way.
Do you want me to share screen, Daniel?
Yeah, maybe as an overview. Then if some guest has like an entry, then we can focus on that drawing.
Well, maybe I'll say something just to get it going. But I just want to start by saying I really appreciate your graphics. I really like, just as a side note, your use of letters and how you've integrated the project just graphically. So I just want to say I think it's really interesting. And I really like your roof plan. I think it sort of speaks to the integration of these two worlds, which I guess are work and play, into something that feels non-hierarchical, which I think is what the idea is, that there's no kind of separation between work, play, life, in this new Zoom world that we've all been experiencing. It's all mixed together. It's all one space, and it's all a matter of kind of turning up the knob on each of those conditions as you need to. So there's no longer really a 9 to 5. There's no longer a pick up my kid at this hour. It's all kind of mixed together. So I think you've achieved in your narrative, I think you've achieved that. And I think the building is expressing some of those conditions in a really nice way. I guess the question I would have would be, especially on this slide that you're showing now with the kind of sponsorships and the work integrated, I think it's a really interesting idea. And I wonder when you think about like this last year, it's true what Daniel said, you really can strip out much of life, and for better or worse, you strip out all of the good things, but you don't need them. And we've all discovered, like, we don't need to go to movies. We miss them. We want them. We don't need to go to restaurants. We don't need to. And so your life really becomes reduced to a very few things. And so I guess the question I would have is, how do you, to what extent have you stripped away all of those unnecessary things and replaced them with the word play, which, the way you've depicted it is really play. It's sitting outside, it's swimming, it's these kind of leisurely activities, and leisure with like a capital L, so it's leisure work and I guess the raising of kids. I don't know where it fits within those two categories, maybe kind of a mix between the two. But I wonder, like, the other things that are missing, if they have a way into this world, like the unnecessary activities that aren't just play, aren't just leisure, but like might somehow contribute to this. And I mean, like buying things, like shopping for things, buying a new furniture item, something that's neither really leisure, work, play, or any of these things, but just accessorizing our lives with things that we appreciate, design in some ways. So yeah, I wonder if there's a fit for that. Like, how often would someone leave this enclave? Is it something they could remain in 90% of the time, or do they have to leave daily or weekly? And how do you see that kind of narrative unfolding?
Great, that's an excellent point. I think that's something that we even thought about. What if we made parts that were like amphitheater type pieces and things of that nature? And that's something, if we had even more time, would have been really exciting to see kind of play out, and those different adjacencies that then would be born from that relationship. But no, that's definitely a great critique. I would love to see what that looks like, because you're right, it can't just be totally play and totally one or the other, but there's these gray areas where you go to get a coffee, or you go to buy a couch, like you were saying. That would be really fascinating. Or you go to
maybe there's a way to redefine those things too through your
absolutely.
vocabulary. So like, what is the play version of buying a sofa, for example, in your world?
Or like when you think about like buying a mattress, like to a parent, they think of like strolling through, but to a kid, you think of jumping on the mattress, right? So yeah, that's very much like what we think of going into this playhouse dream world.
I think it's a really beautifully represented project, and I particularly like the section. And it's a really interesting premise, and I know we can reference different types of theoretical projects, but we can also look at favelas or other types of aggregate type of growth. And so one of the thoughts that I had is with infinite variation, like, I really like how you took the playing fields and began to look at a component that wasn't just an interior or a living unit, but actually all the things that constitute life, like put together the play condition. And I wonder, as we begin to look at these components and the variation and the possibilities of assembling in very different ways, how we create difference. And so when I'm looking at the section, which I think is a different drawing, maybe it's, let me see what it's labeled. Playhouse on Site longitudinal section. I begin to look in this labyrinth, and I'm looking for, okay, I know what a basketball court sort of looks like volumetrically, or and I know it's just one view, but I start to think about how do I begin to create these playscapes which are somewhat dependent on volume or maybe natural light at times. I know everything could be artificially lit, but how do I use those parameters and begin to carve out or make difference within this aggregation of possibilities? And so that's one of the thoughts that I have when looking at this drawing. I mean, we could look at other drawings, but or what happens if I put two basketball courts together? Does that make sort of a double volume? And so those are some of the things that I think about. It's a beautifully represented project, and I'm really intrigued with the process. And then I think about, well, then what are my modes of critique? And I'm using just sort of really simple ones, but nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. I think one idea that we had was that, and Daniel kind of encouraged us to do this as well, but as we started to develop these green spaces, how those green spaces might take on different identities as they start to become adjacent to one another, and how we can create these endless landscapes in the same way, like what does that do for the built-scape environments that we're creating also, and how those two relationships might blend together. So it's a great point. And we did create a half basketball court and a full basketball court. So when you said that, we definitely took that into account. But
and to that, Nicole, that was like a study we did too, like with the housing pieces. Some were like 1 story of height, some were 2 story of height, and creating different volumetric spaces of varying levels, so that we did have kind of a different arrangements when placed together. But also thinking about that lighting, That was one reason whenever we made nature pieces, they weren't just nature pieces, but they would also have the playful arches ingrained and stuff, so that where there was moments of letting light kind of seep through, because while artificial light is a possibility, it's never a desirable one when you can have natural lighting in its place.
And not a very playful one, also.
So,
Nope.
sorry, who wanted to go first? It's fine.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I mean, I agree with all the comments that have been said and shared. It's beautifully represented, and but then my question, or it's like the studio starts with a critique that I find very interesting, which is the idea of the house, but also the image of the house, right? And because the project has been so beautifully represented, and all of the images are extremely alluring in and of themselves, right? Like, I'm curious, what is your idea of domesticity, right? What is this new image of the house or new idea of domesticity that you think you're introducing? And I know you talked a lot about play, but I'm curious in the political aspect of domesticity, right? And how it has been manifested throughout history. And in what ways do you think that idea develops or evolves in this new image of the house? So that is a first question, and hopefully maybe you don't have to answer. You don't have to be honest, but I encourage you to think about it, right? Because it is extremely unique, right? Or it indeed departs from models that we have seen. And then I also encourage you to think about, that image as a critical form of representation, right? Like, you're not using line drawings, right? You are not indeed, let's say, and obviously we have departed from this a long time ago, from the conventions of architectural representation when it comes to drawings, right? Or the typical medium by which architectural knowledge is, let's say, spread or talked about. But I'm curious to know, like, what do you, Rachel and Hayden, think then about the value of the image, right? Like, about the pixelation and the even the project becoming, a variegation of pixels that are projected on a screen, right? And to also understand that how that ties into, that historical continuity of architectural representation, right? Like, what does it mean, right, for you and for the discipline as a whole, right? Because I'm like, for as much as I do agree that play is an important aspect of life, I think like that is just superficially at stake in the project, right? Like, yeah, there are some slopey slopes, and that's fantastic, but I want to know, like, okay, what is it about play that significantly and radically, changes how, we read architecture, we project architecture, we talked about our architecture, right? And what does that change in terms of, domesticity? And then a final comment is just it's about the body itself, right? Like, I mean, everything here is for a fully abled body. So, as a criticism for, modernity, I wonder if you can, indeed, since you have the possibility of working from the singularity to the whole, right? I wonder if there could be a bigger attention about the different kinds of bodies, both abled and disabled, that, can exist here, right? Because in a way, your project is very boundless, right? But it is indeed creating many boundaries and limits and, restrictions for those that, might exist in here, right? So I'm curious about all of these things, but again, like, you don't have to answer me. This is just a series of
I think
frameworks to think about.
I think to answer one of your questions, something that we had talked about with Daniel was how we can start to, this idea of domesticity and how the working environment currently is relative to your living environment at home, how we can start to encourage people who are working to be more playful. And I think so. I think our push wasn't necessarily so much on how we can morph like our living condition, but how we can start to transform that architectural model of functionality and bring those identities together.
I think too, like another tangible way, you talked about, you guys did really like bring up play, but what does that mean like for today? And one thing Rachel and I talked about a lot was like kids today, like my wife is like an education teacher. And so she like for fourth graders, and she's talking to me about like in recess, they're like bringing video game systems and they're not, enjoying the outdoors. And so it's like, how do we make that play again? How do we bring that? How do we make that relevant again? To be outside, to enjoy nature, to exercise. And so that was, I think, a big push for us, not only in the large open spaces where you would enjoy that with community, but also in your house. And so I think that's one way that we were seeking to search through those kind of questions. But then I like your critique though about, there is limitations with this project, how it is currently made for people that are disabled. And I think that it's something that is an oversight and would be fantastic to bring to the project. And to really consider how those would be experienced for those people. How is accessibility for someone in a wheelchair and so on.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in here. So thanks a lot for the project. I mean, it's super well represented, super well done, executed, and very nice. I mean, I saw an earlier stage of that, and through that, how far you've come from that is incredible. But then I'm really thinking, so a few of these questions were asked already, but I'll just reframe them in the realm of my question or my concerns. So I'm really wondering with this kind of super monumental almost agricultural pastoral landscape that you've built as a building, how do we then start to go towards an idea of a city? So the scale of the project is massive. And then whenever we see it coinciding with the city is completely dulled out within your representations. So it's kind of dead. And then I'm thinking this kind of collapse of all the activities that we've experienced or all of life that we experience with Zoom. Your project completely explicates that through an architectural act. But I would really think about creating new distinctions within this realm, because I do not. So my intuition is that it's not a flattening of of life that we want or would like. It's really a new characterization of it, or new characterizations of it. And then in the context of your project, I would really think that your idea of play, and then the kind of work that you've done with sports, etc., these kind of basketball courts and swimming pools, blah blah blah, this could be one way to give it character. And I know some of this kind of logic of homogeneity comes from the systems like approach of this compositional strategy. But then I would really go towards creating difference within this within the systemic growth, because otherwise we will build like this would be the dream of Google. That everyone, even the kids, are there in the campus that is branded fully by their logo. There's this one book that I like very much. It's called Homo Ludens by Johann Huizinga, I think. And
we had it on the reading list.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
and then the point that is really important within that, I mean, one of the many. So it's that play happens outside of life. So it's precisely the setting out of boundaries, the setting out of life that makes it happen. So this is what I mean by creating an idea of difference within your landscape. I would still call it a landscape. Huh? And then through that, perhaps there is a way to get to an idea of the city, again, after the pandemic, and after the overtaking of cities by artificial intelligence and the running down of technology again, flattening all landscapes, much like what happened in modernism. How do we get back into shape, into character as persons? Yeah.
Those are great things to bring up. That's an interesting quote. I think about what would this look like as a city scale, not just a high-rise scale, but what does this look like if this was what all the buildings, and they had different pieces and different adjacencies. It'd be awesome to see that, and how you were talking about how it really would start to embody more of a landscape, and you'd have to question, is this more of a buildscape or a landscape? I think that's definitely something Rachel and I really wanted you to experience with this project.
I agree with that.
Dano, I don't know how we are on time, and if I can jump in maybe with a few
of course, please.
comments. Not to repeat anything that was said, because I do agree with the previous comments. I also want to commend you on the sort of the graphic representation, or let's say the affective representation, or the mood of the drawings that definitely conveys something that I have to say. Like, maybe I teach in the Russian context, or the kind of Soviet gloomy pessimistic context, and in this case I think there's something refreshing about the optimism in which you sort of labeled these drawings and the entire narrative, for better or worse. But maybe my point on that is basically on this optimistic lens, is maybe to think through the entire legacy of these type of metabolism as a current in architecture has had its heyday. I lived partly in Montreal, where we have a version of this building in the form of Habitat 67, or Moshe Savdi's kind of famous building. And maybe the comment here is a little bit on this dual meaning of community in the context of this sort of mixed-use suburban anthill dream. On the one hand, you have, yes, this positive version of everyone gets along and everything is all great. On the other hand, you have obviously built-in hierarchies in these, like in all communities. And the notion of gated community comes to mind when I do see this building. It has a little bit of a gated community, sort of combining the desires of safety and control, a staged playfulness, as was mentioned with the kind of Google campus-like aesthetics. And therefore just kind of having a little bit of as a kind of a test, as a kind of a productive exercise, if you might start imagining things that could go wrong in this landscape, in order to actually maybe start messing up a little bit with this kind of the program or the programmatic elements that you suggested, not to make it into a dystopian project, but on the contrary, to kind of future-proof some of these ideas in order to actually make them more realizable, not realistic, but let's say realizable, because life is both good and bad, and people have conflicts in these spaces. The other thing I wanted to mention as well, as a kind of a thought exercise, is maybe I really like the drawing, which unfortunately you skipped quite quickly through, but the kind of catalog logic of the kind of building blocks, or the kind of all the different typologies of program and elements. I think there's something interesting, again, from the heritage of kit of parts, like architecture. The building the system through the kit of parts. I think that is interesting, but as well, it also kind of maybe assumes a little bit that all the pieces are there. And also maybe the question could be, what will be the unfinished sections of these buildings that don't require kind of planned in advance? Like, what will be the building blocks that are left open for the residents to kind of amend and change and hybridize and blur and make their own. For example, there's a famous project by Aravena, as you may also know, where he builds a similar type of housing community that leaves half of all the houses unfinished to encourage the residents to kind of make their own. And in this sense, I think the project would have benefited from some unfinished sections, or at least presenting it a little bit as a kind of work in progress, perhaps, where parts maybe are removed and added in a way that kind of assumes that that is even possible. And maybe my final comment, not to say, but I think these are all, I think, not critique, but more like adding complexity to the project. I think that the sectional drawings that you showed are interesting, but also given the fact that we're talking about systems, I think it would have been really interesting to see or to imagine a section to this building that has to do less with people and more with the entire like infrastructural mechanical system that would need to be, like the water pipes in this thing are in themselves like a work of art in a way. Again, like understanding that within these design of complex system into building, like as the part that we see as humans is actually a kind of very small part of what actually makes them possible. And to imagine the building as a entry point into those infrastructural systems could have been also interesting, to make them more legible, or at least to make them more legible to us as you're showing the section, so we can actually imagine how does air travel, how does water, how does sewage travel. We mentioned the pandemic a couple of times. Like pandemics aren't exceptions. Like they are a part of, let's say, life in cities. And if you were to imagine what the pandemic scenario would look like in this building, that would also would have brought to mind the kind of invisible infrastructural layer that is actually fundamentally what would make a building like this possible, much more than the narratives around play. I would actually agree with the previous comment that play is a little bit of a device used here to make us talk about this building, but I wouldn't think it's its primary story.
I think the water pipes is a perfect transition to the next project, which is exclusively on water cycles in the building.
Thanks, everyone. Great.
Yeah, thank you for your.
Hi, my name is Erin. Let me share my screen here. Okay. My project is called Tower 2031. Tower 2031 is a self-sufficient mixed-use city center meant to replace water towers and treatment plants, as well as provide a romantic and progressive living condition for low-income and rural communities. Tower 2031 is new development as utility provider. A roughly $2 trillion plan has been proposed in the United States government for improving the nation's infrastructure and shifting to greener energy production by the year 2031. Our infrastructure is sorely in need of repair. It recently earned a C- score from the American Society of Civil Engineers. The proposed infrastructure plan will be an especially important investment to benefit communities of color, rural Americans, and others burdened by decay and lagging modernization. The plan will invest $213 billion toward building, renovating, and retrofitting more than 2 million homes across the United States. The plan will allocate $111 billion to rebuild the country's water infrastructure. The plan will upgrade the country's aging drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater systems and support the development of new clean water infrastructure in rural parts of the country. My presentation will take you through the 5 unique aspects of Tower 2031. The urban water cycle, computational assembly, biological and mechanical processes, structural proposal, ethical development, and quality of life. As it is now, there is a huge opportunity for improvement in our nation's water infrastructure. By integrating water management methods into our architecture, we would be bringing the faraway idea of where and how our water is managed into our daily lives. With some simple interventions, fresh water can be reused at 80% efficiency within the residential home, decreasing the average adult's water consumption from about 100 gallons per day to 20 gallons per day. To determine the impact of large-scale utility integrated architecture, I first visualized how much utility one building could provide. Was there a benefit to single-family living if everyone produced their own utilities? What would that look like in the middle of an urban city? Is integrated utility architecture feasible in an urban high-rise? And how efficient would a network of multiple mid-rise buildings be? From here, I began studying what quality of space could be created when water was part of the home in such a big way. Each step of the utility process was given a cuboid room, and these cubes were turned into rigid bodies which could be aggregated into whole forms using the real-world physics modeling capabilities of the Unity engine. I was able to study how stacking different components increased or decreased both utility efficiency and quality of a functional space. I discovered that stacking components with utility mechanics provided the most efficient utility grid within a unit. In exploring form, the strongest utility principle needed to be prioritized because I was planning to use the force of gravity to filter water and produce electricity. The height of the building and the arrangements which were made by stacking became the principal design method. I explored several outcomes to aggregate a tower using gravity and found that interesting voids and overhangs could easily be achieved. There are three main principles which allow Tower 2031 to act as a water treatment facility and energy provider for the community. Capillary action is used to collect as much rainwater as possible. Gravity is used to generate electricity, and water circulation and volume is used to regulate temperature and humidity of the living space. Tower 2031 uses a specially etched glass facade to collect as much water as possible during rain events. Windows effectively work as sponges by absorbing and funneling water into the larger water collection system. Inside the largest water pipes, several small hydro turbines can be used to generate electricity from the force of water flow. This gravity generator is accomplished by tapping into the pressure forces created inside a standpipe. Water provides usable pressure within a standpipe when stacked at heights greater than 100 feet, regardless of the diameter of the standpipe and water volume. A pleasant living condition is created by the open air design of the building components. Without traditional walls, windows in Tower 2031 can be operated by the community to let in as little or as much wind as possible or as needed to retain a comfortable temperature and humidity. Similarly, sunlight can be let in or blocked out to control for plant growth and heat or cool the space. Even interior units receive ambient light at levels high enough to allow for plant growth. This allows each unit to grow approximately 50% of a family of four's food from built-in aquaponic systems for growing fish and vegetables. Tower 2031 doesn't let the structural integrity of all these pipes go to waste. As well as providing enough water volume and electricity for the community, the plumbing system acts as a primary structure. Gravity battery standpipes acts as structural core, and living units are hung in various arrangements to cantilever out and create expansive floors and voids within Tower 2031. Through the specialized combination of parts, Tower 2031 provides a luxury living condition while combining all the things we need to live into one unified system. not only housing people in an equitable way, but providing water and electrical utility services to the communities surrounding it. Taking into consideration the flexibility desired by working families of today and the new environmental consciousness required to ensure the quality of life for the next generation, Tower 2031 is designed with the complete autonomy of the inhabitant in mind, separating communities from the reliance on for-profit utility providers. Tower 2031 provides communities with the ability to house, nurture, and provide for themselves as an independent local provider. Single or multiple towers would bring economic growth to small communities by providing a luxury off-the-grid rental experience that actually provided for the surrounding community. Tower 2031 has the capability of providing adequate water and electrical utility for up to 2,000 surrounding residents. In a town like my hometown shown here, this means 20% of our residents could be provided with the basic requirements of living at no cost. Tower 2031 provides community space and a modern aesthetic environment for communities to live and grow. In areas with little opportunity for leisure, Tower 2031 provides unique and beautiful experiences that rural communities both deserve and are nurtured by. Tower 2031 respects the community it serves, and this includes encouraging growth, responsibility, and happiness in underserved rural communities. Tower 2031 would act as a beacon for future sustainability for small communities by freeing them from their reliance on faraway utility corporations. The end. And I will switch to Moreau, I suppose.
How you like it?
Oops. Sorry, I lost my tab.
Yeah, great project. Maybe I can just just start.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the Moreau board.
Well, just take the slideshow. It's maybe nicer with the big images. Don't worry.
Just go back to the slideshow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The link is in the chat too.
Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me share to that tab.
I think you'll have to unshare and just share the whole thing.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
It was giving me the wrong thumbnail.
No, so it's a very, very interesting project, and again, very well done. I think. Then I'm really thinking, just the premise of the in the context of the premise of the studio. How in your project it's again this idea of nature seeping in to these scaffold-like construction, and then you see now with these many images floating around on the internet, there are penguins walking in New York City, and there's deer running wild, and this and that. So it really feels like we need to revise our contracts with nature. So it's really, we have to re-envision how we look at nature and how we deal with it. Because then it can also be, a nostalgic act now to fetishize this to such a level that, okay, this is great that the cities are disappearing and it's being overtaken by nature fully. Yeah, so just as a provocation, how do you see that, and how do you think your building can have some ability to renegotiate these contracts? No, so
Yeah.
this, yeah.
That's a really good question. I actually, as much as I would love to believe that we are going to be able to reintegrate with nature and completely, go back to it, the reality is that we live in cities and we're not going to stop living in cities. And some cities are smaller than bigger cities, but all of them need to start being more locally responsible and locally sufficient. I think for the required like environmental impact, if each community can be as self-sufficient as possible, it's the easiest way to make an overall difference.
I meant living in cities as a good thing, but we're different people, so it's fine.
No, I do think living in cities is a good thing.
And then this
we're not going to
renegotiation is interesting because so all these kind of narratives that we're hearing today with these, part and parcel of the self-sufficiency paradigm. So when things can be transported within one day, tomatoes you can have from Spain in the US, within a matter of hours, I think it's a beautiful thing. And then suddenly with this angle on nature, and with Zoom, with all of these things, this instead of this collapse of everything or returning back to an old normality, we're renegotiating these things and constructing our new rituals and love within this new world. Let's call it that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll add to that comment. I mean, I like this project. I really like the infrastructural aspects of it. I think if you're ever going to deal with, really making a change, you have to have an infrastructural aspect to your project. It has to be something that's deeper than just program, I think. But so I really like that aspect of it. I especially like the exterior, how it is proposing a new kind of architecture. I think the interiors get a little bit almost nostalgic for what we expect, which I prefer the kind of exterior where you're presenting a new architecture to us. But I guess the question would be, I think I think you're right on that, our infrastructure is failing. It's totally failing. It's been failing for a long time. And so when you replace that infrastructure with a new one, you need to think about, am I just setting the clock back again? Am I turning the clock back and then it's going to fail again in the future? Or do I propose a new system that won't have those same pitfalls that the last one had? And so I think a few things you mentioned that are really interesting, like the idea of using form to actually be the mechanization or be the system. So for example, the fritted glass, that's form, and that's producing that's collecting the water, and then it's funneling the water by creating a form that's not flat. It has a lot more variations to the elevation. You produce more surface area, which allows more access to water. I think things like that. And then the idea of like capillary action, I think, is really interesting. I designed facades for a few years, and that's one of the 5 things that you always have to think about when you're designing a facade system. And that's why when you look at a cantilever, you have a drip, that allows the water to drip so it doesn't pull along the underside of a cantilever. But I think you could actually use those things to collect more water. So instead of dripping it away from your building and shedding away, I think you can use form in and of itself without mechanical processes to produce that water collection. And then as soon as you remove mechanical processes, you actually extend the life of something, right? Because it's no longer about the gears and the mechanisms which are prone to fail. So I think that part of the project, I think, is really, really fascinating. And I don't really have a question or comment. I just wanted to kind of question, I guess, how much further you might take some of that, and if you had thought about, a way to completely remove the mechanized part of the project and make it fully form driven, fully unmechanized in a way.
Yeah, I think that is the ultimate dream. That was what I was really trying to get at with this gravity battery situation, the bringing up of water or collecting of water that's already up in the sky, and then letting it trickle down to generate electricity, which could then, power the small booster pumps required to restart the cycle if it stops. I think most of the processes for providing water utility and filtration work better when they're not mechanized. And it's cleaner, and it just would provide for an educational experience too, if you had to look at and manage and be aware of that in your home every day.
Erin, yeah, I agree with Corey that I'm happy to see the issue of infrastructure being rethought or recalibrated. But I'm curious. I mean, I bet you know by now that life, bare life, it's not just supported by the most immediate things that surround us, right? But larger pieces of infrastructure that ever more now we have realized how important they are, and also how fragile they are, right? So that's why maybe in one of your slides I was a little bit disappointed to see that your kit of parts was pretty much focused on the immediate and not so much towards like, well, what does it take to support life beyond a bedroom or an arboretum or a kitchen, right? So to understand as well, like, okay, what are the other larger pieces of infrastructure that then the project also might necessitate to support life, right? Then there is one word that you kept repeating, and I was just curious to know, like, when you mentioned responsibility, whose responsibility is this, right? Is this individual or collective, or city or region or government or state, right? Because I think like that matters a lot, right? Like, I mean, I think that one of my biggest critiques towards biopolitics is that in a way everything is given to the individual. You take care of yourself, right? Like you have to fend for yourself, and I feel like probably that is a very neoliberal stake on how to support life, right? So I'm curious if that is what you're arguing for, right? Like if that is indeed what you're supporting, like ideologically, politically, and as a designer, if that is the sort of compromise or or the complicity that you are advocating for as a designer. So I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, for sure. I see how that might have been a little unclear. I think when I say responsibility and autonomy, it's something that's given to the individual by the government. So in this situation, this is completely funded with the new plan that's being proposed and stuff. So this is infrastructure built by the government in this sort of social way that allows individuals to be more independent. And it would certainly require like jobs. Utility operators would have to live and work in these buildings, just like they did in the larger infrastructure. So it wouldn't necessarily be like the general public taking care of all these things. One of the aspects of the building is that it stores water for up to 30 days, or a 30-day supply. There's enough volume in all of the pipes actually to last that long. So that would hopefully allow for, short-term droughts followed by these heavy rains to be efficient events instead of just allowing all that water to run away. So we could hold on to it and store it for a little bit of time, maybe 4 to 6 weeks, and maybe prevent events like we had earlier this year, where the snow in Texas just totally wiped us all out of electric and water. It would allow for some immediate relief in those cases, I think.
Thank you, Erin.
Yeah.
Can I follow up on this last point? Maybe it would be a logical kind of continuation of the conversation around infrastructure, which I find is really interesting. And I also want to thank you for bringing it up in such a clear way. I thought that the presentation was also quite succinct. And this, I guess the statement of the building or new development as having this kind of responsibility as a utility provider, I think is actually more radical than it's radical in its kind of boringness in a way. Like, it's not a very shocking statement, but at the same time, I think there is something quite radical to this. I feel similarly about the comment around the plumbing system being the primary structure. I'm also kind of curious. I mean, like, yeah, that statement, I don't know if that's just kind of a concept or this was researched, or if that's not used in buildings, I would actually be quite curious to know why. And maybe learn more about I mean, taking that statement seriously, I think could also imply maybe presenting some of the thinking that went around it. Because I think in a way, I found that the ideas were probably more exciting than the actual final form or shape personally. I do like the kind of aestheticized, constructivist kind of Pompidou like feel as an architect. But I was also wondering, again, is there something to the fact of the invisible structure, the invisible plumbing system, and the invisible infrastructural sort of quality of that building being interesting in itself enough to actually to almost masquerade as a regular building, masquerade as a kind of a radical development without looking like a radical development? You mentioned also your community, and in small towns having these kind of buildings, and as far as I know, at least, in a context where everyone is very stressed out about their property values, and anything that kind of looks weird and shocking being kind of a risk to like, there's a lot of conservative sort of sentiment around anything that doesn't look like what a building should look like. So maybe that's more of a question, but how does this kind of integrate into context? And again, if the educational component is sort of internalized at the scale of the apartment, do you imagine, or could we imagine that essentially this isn't just like a one-off luxury off the grid version, which personally I would find is not only not the solution, but maybe part of the problem in how we deal with infrastructure, and maybe something more dispersed at city scale, where buildings start working with each other, and yeah, entire developments are conceived in this way, that kind of share these resources and this technology between themselves.
Yeah. Brought up a lot of great points. So definitely remind me if I forget to address one. I think having a network throughout the cities is also part of the bigger plan of what I see this being used for. And the fact that it could work as a one-off building in a pretty disconnected area, and as an additive like form within a city that could provide a larger network. I think both of those could work, and both of them could work really well. Let's see, you also mentioned
maybe the heritage or the context conversation.
Yeah,
That final image was quite striking, I think, in an interesting way as an architect, but I would just imagine having to pitch this to the preservation community. It would be a difficult sell.
Oh, well, the preservation committee would love it, because we're actually turning all of our water towers into fancy little museums. We're not destroying anything by building this tower. I am very, very into the vernacular of rural communities. It feels like home to me. It's not something that I would ever advocate for destroying. I think it would be better received by the community than you think. Conservatism in rural and poor communities can be a little damaging, but I don't think it's as prevalent as you think necessarily, and especially when it comes to tangible things that you need to sustain life and grow food. Rural communities really understand how important that is, probably more so than city folks. So I think it would be well received.
Thank you, Erin.
Mm-hmm.
again to transition into the next project. Sorry, we're running again short in time with such interesting discussions. So next would be Luis and Tania. Are you ready? You want to start? Okay. Yes. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm Luis.
I'm Tahira.
We'll be presenting our project, Living Green. So this is just a video, but we're going to go over our thesis. So the intent of our project is to observe the relationship between programmatic space and green space and how they interact as a continuous surface, and what occurs as these lines begin to get blurred between indoor and outdoor through the use of horizontal elements such as green roofs and gardens, and vertical landscaping techniques, living walls and trellises. The design provides a certain physical and environmental benefits when it comes to the overall health and performance of both the building and the people within it.
And so initially we started off by collecting pictures off of Pinterest, just choosing different scales of programs that we thought should be included moving forward, and integrating those with parks and green spaces, and collaging those in basically in a form that we thought was intriguing.
So we carried out these catalog researches in plan and in section, and kind of noticed the different relationships between green or nature and programmatic spaces. And so this section collage became really sort of the catalyst of our project, as we were beginning to redraw the lines in the section to kind of create these new formal qualities.
And then we gave each program a part and tried to give each part different size walls, using like going back and forth between open and closed spaces, depending on how private or public it was, so that we could compute them together to form different chunks of these parts, which is shown on the next slide. And so with these computations, we were able to see like different iterations of how these parts could come together to form a larger space. It was really nice to see the difference between, or like the computation of the indoor and then the outdoor green space. And so moving forward, we developed more cohesive parts that included vertical trellises and also green roofs, along with planters, when trying to make a more wholesome, cohesive part to put together. And so for these parts, I just added a lot of plannery to try to give an ideal version of what these individual parts could look like if they were using different thicknesses of green roofs, different types of planting, and things of that sort.
And then from these massing sites or studies that were generated using Unity, we began to see ideas of solid and void and how that plays out in plan, section, and axonometric projections. And that was kind of became another driver for later studies.
And so for this study, we traced over an existing section from this axon and just kind of played back and forth using existent lines between what would be solid and what would be void. And the void would be a continuous green surface or park or green roof, however we decided to use it.
And so that resulted in a new set of parts that were kind of more integrated with the types of greenery we wanted to include. So we have green screens for shading, and then also green facades to sort of create thermal capabilities within the building, and also green roofs and outdoor courtyards.
Using these new chunks, this is just a simple diagram of what it would be for an individual, for 10 people, and for 100 people.
And again, we were just looking at the variability in the massing at which these computations were able to approve or to create. And then for our site, we were looking at Austin, Texas. It has a partnership with the Biophilic Cities Initiative. And in this case, it's looking at to conserve and celebrate nature and integrate nature more seamlessly into the city's legal planning and design processes. So we thought that this would be a great challenge or a new way to create Austin's first green building that has or that integrates nature a little more than the current state at which Austin is right now. So the site we chose was a downtown section at the intersection of 4th and Rio Grande Streets in close proximity to Shoal Creek.
And so this is just to the left is a roof plan of a few blocks around our site. And on the right is the ground floor plan, something that we really wanted to take into this since we were in close proximity to Shoal Creek was to continue the creek into our building. To create this kind of oasis that provides kind of like a courtyard effect and also very luxurious and just a nice way to integrate water into our project.
And then looking at the building and plan, it kind of created these interesting relationships between allow for like depth, and then also how these parts just kind of interact with one another and how you can get from one space to another. And then in section, you can really see these voids and how they play out in the types of qualities they create, where they're more places of gathering and socialism or social gathering. And there's just a massing on the site, how that void kind of opens up to the rest of the city, and also the inclusion of the continuing the creek into the project. And it's just another.
And so we really wanted to emphasize the celebration of nature and its integration into current living situations. And we really prioritize the vegetation as our mode of attacking like the greenhouse effect, improving air quality and so forth, which we'll go into on the next slide. And so why green roofs and facade systems? It comes with numerous benefits and improvements to human and overall environmental health. A few being sound mitigation. The different types of green roofs can decrease or reduce sound by up to 50 decibels. There's improved air quality of a factor of 10 to 30% of reduced air pollution. Is energy efficient. Buildings achieving the LEED certification consumes 25% less energy and 11% less water than non-green buildings. There's extended life. Green roofs last 3 times longer than traditional roofs and can drop the temperatures to about 40 degrees between indoor, outdoor, and mental health is improved. People who have the least access to greenery have as much as 55% increased risk of depression or anxiety. And so moving forward, we wanted to go into the science behind a green roof. There are 3 types. There's extensive, semi-intensive, and intensive. Extensive is just grass, and then intensive, you work your way up to trees. And this is just the type of materials we had to use to accommodate for the loads.
And then as far as the green wall systems go, we were kind of implementing them in 3 different ways. Direct being self-climbing plants that climb up along the surface of the facade. And then indirect would be whereas there's a structural system in place that gets attached to the primary structure of the building. And then the plants grow in that mechanism. And then the third way we're incorporating nature into the building is through planter boxes. And this just allows people living in the residential units to grow their own food or just grow plants in the overall home to just kind of increase the environment of the home. And then these are just the different benefits that we hope to achieve through the project. You can see the green facade allows to create some shading as well as like a dappled lighting effect on the interior. And then the use of planter boxes, again, just allows people to grow their own food and be self-sufficient, and also just improves the overall aesthetic of the building. And then
basically a render of people interacting with one another on the green roofs. And then the next slide is with the trees and planting and things of that sort, or like the ideal visual of how we imagine our green building. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Share the row board next.
I'm excited about your project. In a few of my studios, I had the chance to work with the Wildflower Center, and they were, it's a local place that was doing research. They actually no longer have this division, but they were doing environmental restoration types of research. They were interested in particular, the ecologies of where we live, sort of central Texas, and really looking at sort of urban prairies, and basically in many ways the premise of I think your project is that you could in some ways bring back the vegetation that is probably most suited to this area. It's probably adapted over time, but most suited to this ecotone, which has a sort of a wide range of possibilities. And grasses are one of those things, right, with blackland prairie. And it's interesting to me to think about that because you're suggesting the green roof. So you very clearly said with green roofs, you sort of get into different types of structure or needs based on the height of the plant. So grasses are actually quite easy in comparison to other types of things. So I'm really intrigued with that. And one of the things that came out of the conversations that I had with some of these specialists was that the more sort of continuous or connected areas of prairie, for example, that you can have, the greater the benefit, ecological benefit. And so it made me start thinking about these pieces, whether vertical or horizontal vegetation, and how they could begin to work together as an entire system. And obviously there's very close proximity here with your project, but I also began to think, well, if I have a vertical wall of vegetation, would there be possibilities of it aligning with another vertical wall of vegetation? And a couple of these projects, not just yours, are very stratified in terms of floor plates. And I'm thinking that maybe this approach doesn't actually need to highlight that type of horizontality. And that in particular, your approach might benefit from some accumulated surface, either vertical or horizontal at times, to really make maybe the most effective environmental move, which is just a thought. But I'd be curious, and it would be really a lot of fun to show this to the people that were working on these exact things and making arguments that you could introduce very small sets of native grasses within the city and begin to have sort of big impact. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll add just quickly to that comment because I agree with it, and I would also say it's about understanding where the part is in the whole. And I was going to say this on the first project, so I think you have a similar issue, which is that the part is not always the same depending on its location in the whole. And so there are parts near the core where the pieces of the parts don't function as well as the pieces of the parts on the outside of the form. So for example, the grass is not going to work on the inside of the form. And it's okay. I think it's okay to allow, once something is aggregated, to differentiate in a more particular, more precise level according to these connections that start to form. So I would expect to see more grass, more greenery on the outside of the form, collecting and joining, like Nicole's mentioning, to form a larger assemblage of that particular part or type of the part or piece of the part as the parts start to aggregate. And it's okay to have other materialities on the inside that are maybe more conducive to the inside, like concrete. There's nothing wrong with concrete. There's nothing wrong with these other kind of systems. We need them as well within our inhabitation. So I would question, the how the part changes as it aggregates, because I think it really would add to your scheme if there is some kind of local intelligence that relates to its location within the whole as well. But I really like, the aggregation is really a nice, I especially like the diagrams of the aggregation.
Thank you.
Maybe I can also add something. I spoke during the last project, so I didn't want to, but let me jump in also and make a quick comment here as well. So along with everything else that was said, I do think it's interesting just as a case study of maybe you wouldn't call it like that, but when I was a student, we used to call it kind of this parametric architecture sort of take on this. It kind of also raises the question, what would be the parameters with which you would sort of want to structure a construction of this sort? Like, what would be the driving forces for the building to take a certain shape versus another shape? I like, for example, the sections of the green roof as a parameter, the kind of the structural constraints of the depth of the green roof is kind of an interesting way of thinking of a building through that. What will be the kind of the efficiencies of scale or the relationships between kind of different structural members, giving that this parameter for things to be green in elevation. But more importantly, I would also think that a large part would come from the context in which this building is situated. And I think there's something not necessarily to critique, but the decision of showing this as kind of like a free-flowing object a little bit in the middle of nowhere is also maybe indicative of the fact that you didn't really care that much, perhaps, where the building was located. I think it does matter how you choose to represent your ideas. And in this case, especially for the last drawing, I thought it would have been much stronger had we actually understood there's a certain logic to the that it's not kind of a completely internalized structure that is based on who knows what, but actually is in some way responsive to a material reality, both kind of inside the building in the form of these green roof, constructs, but also in response to environmental conditions, and not just environmental conditions, but also kind of urban and even sometimes symbolic conditions, like where it is on the city, where it's facing, and so on and so forth. I think these are also important parameters.
Thank you.
I think that someone earlier today, Rasa, were you going to say something? Go ahead.
I would like to say,
yes, go.
I'm really amazed to see those three projects, and especially pointing on here. I really appreciate a lot the topic to bring in, like like a human affect living with nature. That's amazing and just beautiful. And I also think that one of the aspects I liked about the project is this gaps in the section, is a void appearing as a vertical entity. And I think it's something coming from the aesthetic of a playfulness, exactly that point. So where, of course, we have different types of greens. So, of course, it was a very nice comment from before to have as many continuous surfaces as possible, which could prevent, of course, social gathering or smaller gatherings, smaller granularities as in relation to human and natural void. But what I like in the opposite as well, just to point out, it impressed me to think at a vertical gaps, this kind of rigidity in the section, of course, through the intense research, finding that relationship like adaptation of humans and nature. I also see a great opportunity of fragmental green, such as based on hydroponics gardening, which is amazing as a small distributed green. But it needs, of course, continuous water, which was a beautiful project from the before. So I'm really amazed in looking through free design studios, how the research which you gathered impressed me personally to look at those different aspects of within large scale experimentation, enabling and impressing us to rethink. And I really, really appreciate this specific subject, that relationship of packing us with a high pressure of density and cells, but then opening up within the nature elements outwards. And I think filling these gaps with a specific additional technical spaces for hydroponics would be amazing, but also bringing back gaps again for natural ventilation, meeting places as a vertical entities. I see the project could extend with. So thank you for presentation. That was impressive, just like several comments from my side.
Thank you.
Can I add a little bit, Daniel? Yes, okay, do we have time? Okay, yeah, so something that I like about the project that is this idea that, I mean, it brings to the forefront the condition that today nature seems a choice, right? And even a luxury, right? It's hard to find in very dense cities, right? So I like the idea that the project then, in its intentionality of having and producing gardens all over the place, right? Even if those gardens might not be right now like specific to solar orientations and all of the aspects that have been brought up until now. I like this idea of, you know, probably someone asked this before, I don't remember who was it, like, how do we negotiate our relationship to nature? And the thing that your project then is doing is, in a way, very tacitly and not explicitly brought forward, is that nature today is something that needs to be cared for, right? It's not something that you're just going to happen to find, right? Which is completely contrarian to, you know, past ideas of nature, you know, something that exists outside of the realm of culture or everyday life, right? So in this way, like introducing it in that sense, I think it's something that it's quite beautiful and empowering, right? But then remember, I would say, like, if you were to continue with this project, you know, think about, well, then who cares for it, right? Because again, going back to my previous question regarding responsibility, if it's my responsibility alone, man, poor plants, you know, like I kill plants constantly. So it would be interesting to understand, you know, like the network of labor that such an enterprise will necessitate and should sustain over time, right? There is a very beautiful project in India by Rahul Mehrotra that has a green wall, right? And it has created a source of income and labor for underprivileged communities, especially female labor that would invisibly exist, and that it is at the forefront of the maintenance of the facade, and created like a source of sustainable income for a community that wouldn't otherwise have it, right? So also to understand that then, by creating this, you might also create a network of something other, right? Might be also interesting to understand, right? Like beyond the, structural and infrastructures that you necessitate here, there is also social infrastructure that goes beyond, the social reality of encountering someone and just talking behind a tree, right? Like, do you understand what I mean? Like that sort of fabric of life of how do we indeed maintain and sustain such a thing, right? Which it would be interesting to bring that sort of social reality and cultural reality to the project, right? The aesthetics of nature and all of this. But thank you.
Thank you.
Do we still have time, Danny?
Please, a short statement. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just a very general comment. It's related to all the projects as well. So it's just that I find interesting, this surreal character of the building that you show in your animations, where it falls from the sky out of nowhere onto the ground of the city. I found it super interesting because then immediately you start a radical comparison with modernism. And then I'm wondering it's a radical prospect to think of a new kind of genericity in the cities. What could be a generic space that could be repeated at the level of these parts, and then also the absence of a facade to these buildings. So I'm really thinking in the context of these projects that the specificity of them comes from the intricate articulation of the floor plate, which was always repeated in the modernist realm, but at the cost of the killing off of the facade. So it's completely, it becomes orthogonal. The kind of articulation strategy becomes orthogonal to modernism. And this is interesting because then it's all land. Even though it lands from the sky, but it does, it's floors, lands, ground that we are discussing here. So yeah,
that's beautiful. Maybe let's transition, Judy, our last project, not the last, definitely, which actually actively creates nature in a way. Weather. Okay.
Hi. Okay, let me start sharing screen. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, awesome. Hello, I'm Judy, and this is Airscape. And my initial investigation kind of began with looking at remnants of tech that were left around cities. And so I started off with power lines. They're extremely excessive and visually and physically disruptive, and remain a temporary solution to power distribution. And so here I've collaged 18 different images of power lines. At first glance, this might look like something that you'd see on a drive, but it's actually completely out of the ordinary, photoshopped. And so here I kind of studied a similar theme, but with AC units. And so we have progressed and innovated past AC units as a means of cooling, but they still hang around our environments as temporary and obsolete solutions to cooling. And so these are some quick preliminary sketches. And so after the catalog, the collage studies, they were kind of a catalyst for looking for a solution that was able to house all mechanical and technical units as an intentful part of design. And so here are some of the sketches showing a wall that was some way perforated, but also had enough thickness to embed various systems. And so here are this is an early render showing some formal qualities of an exterior of this wall and its presence on the site. And here are also some more early renders kind of showing a monolithic approach where the wall encapsulates all necessary systems while maintaining porosity. And so this is where I kind of began to look at the wall as something that could exist outside, and as the need for outdoor cooling has become increasingly necessary. And so looking at my design, after these studies, I kind of wanted to focus on ventilation, and I began researching low-tech solutions for creating ventilated environments. And so quickly I found, according to Bernoulli's formula, this odd horn geometry, which was extremely successful at increasing velocity of fluid or air, also called the Venturi or channeling effect, where air has to pass through this larger opening. And then once it passes through a restriction, it's kind of released at a higher velocity. And so I began to model these shapes, testing different variables such as the angle of the tube, length of the tube, and radius of the outlet and inlet, using SimScale, which is just a cloud-based simulator. And so here I created multiple geometries kind of within this trapezoidal form, which ends up creating a variety of tubes. And so after simulating the tubes separately, I put them together and simulated the wind flow through all 9 together to kind of see what implications this had on the efficiency of airflow. Here you can kind of see that the wind comfort and the organization of these tubes offers a diversity of wind speeds, creating a unique experience for people walking around the structure. And so from the shift of the monolithic forms on the site to something a little bit more transparent and light, this could allow for a layered experience when placed on the site. And so early construction, I began with constructing these steel frames that would hold the tubes together, but ultimately landed on this lightweight steel scaffolding gridded system where the tubes could easily be transported, constructed, and disassembled. And so this kind of offers the simplest solution to hold these tubes. And here's an example of what one of the clusters would look like, showing its inlet facade, which has various sizes of holes, while the outlet facade is a bit more standardized. And so these modules can be oriented to have the inlet facade face the direction of common wind flow, depending on the site. And so using Eddy and Grasshopper, I was able to do more in-depth simulations to study how the distance between these clusters would affect wind flow. And so this is important because it kind of shows cooling on a human scale, on the first scale, and its experience with the marketplace. So you can kind of see how these tubes are not just funneling wind at a higher speed, but they're pulling wind. And so there's wind flow on both sides. And so this is the marketplace in a final form. You can see that the system is stackable and can be built to have stronger or weaker wind flow depending on what's appropriate on the site. And so this marketplace kind of becomes more than a market, but a playground or an area for nearby recreation. And so looking at a site, these wind modules would be most successfully implemented on a site that has similar conditions to the one that I've chosen. But I've picked a site here in Austin on 3rd and Chacon Street. It's close to the Pan American Park. And so this is an interesting area to look at because on the right of the corner, there's the elementary school, while there's some units on the left, and there's also an outdoor theater, which is currently out of commission, and a newly renovated park nearby. And so these can kind of all work together as a healthy symbiotic relationship with the marketplace. So there's 2 main reasons why I picked this site. This site exists within a food desert, and so there's really a lack of restaurants, supermarkets, and especially marketplaces on the site. The second reason why I picked this site is because it's heavily impacted by the heat island effect. It's kind of sitting within a hotspot in Austin, since there's a significant amount of parking and other structures that allow for this area to be hotter than the rest of Austin. And so here's a quick sitemap showing a potential organization of these modules. And a render showing how these transparent yet grounded blocks seamlessly exist within their landscape. And so some further temperature studies, or sorry, wind studies, these measurements were kind of taken at 1.5 feet. And so these maps show cooling on the second scale, which is the larger scale of the marketplace, and how it begins to cool a bit past the site. And so this is a similar measurement, but at 4 feet. Another render showing how these transparent tubes can interact with light. And so this scheme could be temporarily placed just for the summer months, but also placed in a variety of locations like parking lots, parks, and I could imagine something like this being set up at ACO. And so here you can see these modules can be chipped away to create seating in areas and places where vendors can place their products. And so this perspective shows what could be like a weekend market where people are strolling and stopping by vendor blocks. And this is a nighttime render, and you can kind of see that these modules create their own cityscape. And so the model within the larger site, the model within the larger site. And so overall, my goal was to propose something that can help answer an environmental issue, a civic issue, with a low-tech temporary solution. And so it's important that a marketplace kind of exists in this location and gives an area for small businesses, artisanal products to be sold, and for other miscellaneous needs. We've been concerned with implementing cooling systems in hermetically sealed spaces, but now there's a need to implement real large-scale solutions for outdoor cooling. This system is helpful in cooling its surrounding block. And so the scheme is adaptable and really can be replicated in multiple parts of the city to help combat the heat island effect that affects cities such as Austin. And that's it. Thank you. Let me switch to the Miro board.
Maybe I can make a comment. So it's just I find it hilarious how in the context of the studio. I was just talking about how the idea of intervention shifts to the floor plate, the ground, etc. And then you take air, which is everything that is not the ground, and then you produce an intervention that connects it firmly with the ground. So it's suddenly it becomes interesting to me to think of the studio as fully real. So it's everything to do with everything that is precisely real. So air is a rationalization of everything that is not the ground, right? Mm-hmm. And then you take it and then you produce a landscape out of that. I find that super interesting. Yeah, it's not a question, just a comment.
Nice, thank you.
Judy, I also a comment, maybe not a question, or I'm just curious. You started your presentation with by showing, you know, the lines, the power lines, right, and how aesthetically unpleasing they have become. So I'm just I don't know. I thought that was funny. Because like there has been a long history of, you know, how infrastructures or their decay have become like aesthetic fascinations, right? Like you think about the picturesque or the aesthetic of ruins and all of that. And then, you know, like the motivation for the project then becomes a sort of statement against that, which I wonder where did that come from, or where will that lead? Because in the end, like you're creating, a technological artifact, whether passive, it's passive, right? So let's say, but it's still a technology, right? So I'm just curious in what ways, things are going to continue to heat up, right? And therefore, probably we're going to need more of your artifacts. We're going to need, like, more of the systems to occur. And I wonder if if you have thought about the obsolescence of your system itself, right? Like the materials that you have used, in what ways will they decay, or will they not decay, or what is their lifespan, and how they're going to become ruins of themselves, right? And so I'm curious about that, like how does time and the aesthetic appreciation of that technology, that obsolete technology that you see the AC becoming, how does that then critique can also be introduced into your own work, right? As a way of pushing it forward, or pushing it to a different realm, that it's not just, the artifact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, because I, probably, heating the heating solution, or like the solution to the heating problem might be like, maybe we shouldn't grow, maybe we shouldn't use that much asphalt, right? Like that would be like my first instinct. But in your case, you're like, well, no, then let's tackle this. Let's create, another technological component that will alleviate, sort of a band-aid solution. So I'm just curious, in what ways do you see that then pushing your project forward, or your set of ideas forward, to something other than, in how ways do you think this is evolving? And also, in what ways do you plan the obsolescence of your own intervention? You know what I mean?
Yeah. These were thoughts I definitely had while working on this. I think I'm specifically interested in like this passive geometry, because it's never going to be something that needs to be recharged or needs a constant flow of energy. And so I was drawn to its passive way of working. And so I thought about it like, if this is left on the site for a year, 15 years, 30 years, it's always going to, if it's routinely, I guess, cleaned, it'll always cool. It doesn't, because there's always going to be wind flow. And so it'll be something that always cools. But I haven't, I guess, particularly visualized the obsolescence of this and how it'll, sit and decay, which would be very interesting to think more about.
I guess I could add something, which is, I really like that aspect. I love that it's, similar comment to what I had before, which is that it's unmechanized, which I appreciate about it, because it can be used forever and anywhere. I guess my one question is two questions. I think it's really interesting that, you clearly went a different direction than all of your classmates in terms of scale. Like this is a much smaller project. It's just a totally different approach, which I find interesting, and always like a good test of a class's approach. But then I guess I question, like, okay, what does that change in scale get you, and why is it necessary? You even call it a facade in here, and it's definitely not a facade, because there's no inside, no outside to your project. So that's interesting in itself. You're questioning the idea of building it by changing the scale. But then I also wonder about time, and like, as it's currently proposed, it feels out of time, out of place, and sense of time, because it's not really necessary right now. You're showing it, you're depicting it in like a pretty it seems like an habitable field where people are dressed appropriately for what you'd imagine the temperature to be. And so I just don't see it as necessary. And I wish that maybe you picked a time where it was necessary, or a place where it was necessary, like an extreme environment or an extreme time, maybe in a future time that things have changed to a certain extent where something like this becomes necessary. Because I think now it's hard for me to connect the dots between the representation of it now and then what it is trying to achieve at a place. I don't know if that made sense, but
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like something later, maybe like thousands of years from now, where cities are boiling hot, and yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that also would have been very interesting to do.
Yeah, maybe this ends the first panel already. Maybe like anyone with a closing comment, just if you like a short, quick one. And otherwise, I would wish all the best for our reviewers who joined us for the first panel, and we see each other in half an hour. Then.
Yeah, I do have one little comment. I mean, I would hate, Judy, that you would take my comments like out of context. It's just like a provocation to think it like a little bit more holistic. But then, you know, what I find interesting, and Corey said it pretty well also in a previous presentation, which is like, you know, the agency of architecture, right? To probably try to understand and find avenues to have something to say about these issues, right? And I appreciate, you know, the investigation of form in your project, right? Like, how can, you know, the things we do, you know, can make us in return, you know what I mean? Like, we do things, but then those things changes as well. So I like that idea. I like the positioning of the designer or the architect and their tools, right? As a way of trying to address this, right? Like, as I mentioned, like my first instinct would be, you know, advocate against certain materials, right? Like in your case, your tool for advocacy, for agency was indeed form and exploration on that. And I find that incredibly stimulating and fascinating and exciting, right? So hopefully, you know, this can go for everyone, right? Like most of you have posed very interesting questions about like current conditions, urban conditions. And what I like about the studio as a whole then is this idea of addressing things through form, right? And through some of the tools that we typically, you know, don't know that it will have an impact, but they do, right? From, you know, from how we interact with them to the larger scale of things, right? So I appreciate that. So thank you, Daniel, for the invitation, and obviously for the students' presentation. The work is incredible and very interesting.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for the invite. I'm sorry, you were answering. I just wanted to say thanks. Fantastic projects. Go ahead, Judy. I will not.
Nice. Thank you guys for being here and for the wonderful and helpful comments.
thank you, Daniel. It's fun as always. I like to see how it progresses from year to year. I think it's really interesting and really great territory, really contemporary ideas that we need to think about. So congrats.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining, to our guests from Zurich, Moscow, and Austin. Yeah, we see each other in the second panel, which starts in exactly half an hour. Right, we have really good timing today. Okay, stay tuned. Enjoy your break. Enjoy your afternoon, and see you soon. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Jordi.
Hello, Daniel.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, good. We had already first session. You see maybe in the corner. We are actually live streaming.
Yeah. Okay.
Goes directly on the school's YouTube stream. No.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, we had already first session. I grouped a bit thematically the projects. So in the first project, first session was more about full building designs. So this session will be more about like kind of architecture strategies. And you will see not necessarily buildings, but also ways how you could embed something in an urban context, how you could react to housing. I see now slowly all our guests are joining. Welcome, Michelle. Welcome, Cassie. Welcome, Jordi. So to make a very quick introduction before we dive in. So yeah, many thanks for joining us to the second session. We are joined today by Michelle Eddington, the dean of our school, but actually I invited her as an expert or like an architecture researcher who actually is from coming not directly from architecture, bring everything in like very much the link to a serious way of researching, and in the school also like a shift to very like societal social engagement within the discourse. Then we are joined by Michael Kessel-Rehm. Michael Kessel-Rehm is faculty at SCIARC, where he leads the postgraduate program on architecture technologies. And then we are joined by Jordi Vivaldi. Jordi Vivaldi is an architecture philosopher, currently working on a second PhD, and has his first book publication, I think is now soon ready. Jordi is associated with IAC, UCL, Bartlett, and University of Innsbruck, and currently based in Vienna. So very typical European engagement. Yeah, thanks for our guests. So a very quick, hopefully quick. You know me that I'm mostly talk too much, but I try to shortly introduce the brief, so that you have more framework what you can expect now. So yeah, blank slide. This is a research studio, so it's always in a way like framed much more on strategies framed, like I think with a kind of third modern what we encounter currently. We have to develop a new kind of criticism or engagement of architecture, and I think, or I make the polemic that it's towards or deals with the ways how to integrate computation into our strategic thinking. What completely entirely new is that everything can be disjoint. It can be completely distributed. And you see is also that all kind of ways how we see or read infrastructures is with machine learning platforms, and call it will fundamentally change. So here comes always the approach, thinking about part relations, how you begin to edit in a way, in different ways to interlink with a kind of distributed kind of compositional system. So it's in a way, a rereading at first of a modern assembly, as I said, like a third modern, and I always introduce in a way in the studios, this kind of like a bit of a revival of a typological thinking of that over kind of ways of editing those forms over like plural assessments, but also with targeting that you can orient now not only seeing this as a kind of particle voxel kind of accumulation, but how you can target this to specific kind of ideas of neighborhood and formal relations within that. So here that's a project for some from last year. We ended this like where we continue this year on is you can read, of course, we edit this as a full building design, but of course you can also embed and alter in a way like in an existing context. So what happens when you see in a way the city as a building and so on. So here that's like start was like with this kind of forms of reorganizing in context. Here what you see, for example, is like what formerly the quantity of producing food, storing, delivering, and in a way like the whole idea of dinery or the whole kitchen would look like in a scale, for example, of Austin. So I started with the first challenge in our studio that we discussed the condition of a Zoom city. When you saw like through the lockdown, actually, you were actually disconnected from 90% of the urban fabric, and still it continued. So does it now mean that 90% of our kind of built environment is with that obsolete, with the kind of like virtual technologies and all how it's automated and driven? Or does it mean it can be much more tangible, can be much more direct, in a way integrated? So I think it's completely open on the table how we in a way discuss the full kind of like form of a city with that and condition what we live. So parallel, I guided the studio like through a sequence of little workshops, which also in a way, which I call like structuralist computation. In a way, they begin to mix or edit those kind of parts in a way like so. And so what I'm then ask everyone is, in a way, develop a strategy, a kind of idea how you can complement in a way a context which could change over time. Of course, there's a footnote with that. So of course, everyone in a way developed a case study, a project with a program and a site and so on. So let's directly dive in. First presentation on this panel, when we keep last week's schedule, would be, wait, when I remember, Eric, no? Eric, are you ready?
Yes, hi, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I will also, we have a Miro board. I will copy the link in the chat where you can parallel in a way. Eric, is stage yours.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Let me share my screen. Okay. Just quick. Okay, so good afternoon. This is my project. It's called Chef Politique, and let's dive in. So I started by recognizing that a condition in architecture right now is that there's a lot of buildings to the periphery of cities that are built with furniture. Furniture is usually this sort of industrial shelving that's prefabricated components. They're sort of universal and ubiquitous, but at the same time, they sort of meet our needs for consumption using automated means. And this kind of differs a little bit from my other interests, which is the emerging component that is usually found in cities that I admire, which it can be seen in markets, for example, where you have this sort of like civic condition that is interesting because it's sort of self-organizing and self-starting, and it can become this sort of like architectural intervention in otherwise forgotten or abandoned or less thought of infrastructures. So at the beginning of the studio, we began with the assignment of, thinking about or speculating on sort of like program and our condition of living. And I incorporated the shelving into our living conditions with the idea that it could facilitate the way that we live, or at least drastically alter the way in which we relate to not only our things, but to our houses and to the way that we work and live. And so this was kind of like one of the proposals, right? You have this fully integrated house filled with systems and everything accessible. So as a startup, I created Shelfpolitik. Basically, this startup is a collaborative urban intervention that allows citizens to stage their own emergence, expression, or ideas for urban growth and economic acceleration. These furnitures are, in a way, selected by their structural capacities, flexibility of use, and cost and availability to citizens at a large scale. This idea of using the shelves primarily for structural reasons was inspired by Konrad Waxman and also Jona Friedman, really interested in their ideas of mobility, elasticity, and sort of the way that they think about people mobilizing in general. So further inquiry into the shelves, I basically just explore them structurally in terms of their capacity for expansion as a system, and began to incorporate what is sort of like a customization element of it as a starting point where you can stock it up with basic services to begin the sort of emergence of people using it, right? And the idea is that they can use these stocks to set up a new economic urban intervention within the city, right? Sort of like a self-starter intervention. This intervention would sort of have its own rules using contracts, right? Which is what allows the project to sort of have this sort of self-organizing political aspect to it, right? You choose your own stocks, but you also agree to the contracts and you agree to use the contracts to sort of begin to assemble this sort of like idea or space that you have that you want to make for yourself. So in a nutshell, we select the system, we select our contracts, and then we begin to sort of bid on potential sites to begin to build on, right? The idea for the site came from parking spaces, these rental services that offer you to rent parking spaces. And so I used the idea to sort of begin to look for potential sites, parking garages throughout the city of Austin. And the idea that these garages would have open spots for citizens to bid on and purchase, and begin to sort of bring their system to it and begin to stage their own intervention. Obviously, one citizen would not be enough, right? It would be sort of infeasible, and you would probably need more people to help you put this thing together, right? And so the idea that with enough people, you could potentially have this sort of hyper proposal, or this sort of hyper assembly, which if we went on the efficient side, it would kind of look like this, right? It would just be a stack of potential shelvings with your stock, and you would not really profit from it because the cost would far exceeds the profit. And so instead, we kind of provided them with, a kit of parts in a way. It's not necessarily strict, but it's rigid enough to provide them an open-ended approach to the assembly. And so we began staging a couple of scenarios, such as like fabrication shops, urban farms, and startups as an initial point for the kit of parts. And it provides a base from which these sort of business ideas or individual ideas that the person has, it provides a base for it to sort of grow and expand, right? And so when it expands, we created a scenario for that as well, where it could allow more people, integration of more things and services to the system, as well as transportation and energy sort of accumulation requirements to sort of power up these services. These chunks were sort of analyzed structurally for their capacity to span long distances, as well as hold great amounts of weight, right, in terms of stacking or spanning. And so I basically began to stage emergent strategies, right, in this parking lot, kind of using computation and sort of kind of hinting at that idea of the marketplace that I talked about earlier. And this emergence would sort of not only happen at the rooftop level, but eventually you would be able to sort of take over the parking lot within its levels as well as people gather. This, in a way, begins to create political situations where you would need these sort of agreements to begin to grow your structure. And so I'm just basically showing different sort of political scenarios which kind of show that, and so that are needed to sort of keep building this, right? It's people's agreement. It's not an architect's sort of sole say. And so in a way, we can see the agreements working here, right? You begin to expand your structure and eventually begin to build what could be called as like a communal or like a social structure or building or intervention. And these sort of contracts that the structure depends on were sort of tested in a bunch of different ways to arrive at sort of like a final idea of what could potentially be called a social contract or construction. And so in these videos, I'm basically showing, you know, the sequence of sort of how these spaces get sort of taken over by the people within each level in the parking garage, and sort of how the building, in a way, begins to sort of evolve into what would be this sort of social construction, right? This sort of idea of an intervention of individuals within the city. Okay. And so this is kind of sort of what we ended up generating, is this sort of like idea of it's not really planned, and it's always sort of flexible and changing idea of what a space could be within the city that allows you to express yourself freely in terms of your ideas or what you believe in or how you want to live your life, but it can also work with other people as well. And so these are just some renderings kind of showing the diversity of conditions within the structure. And to finalize, you know, this thing could potentially have network effects. It could potentially, you know, be disassembled. It could be put together again on different sites in different configurations to sort of like begin to take over other sort of parking areas of the city as well, and maybe even expand into narrower street areas or alleyways as potential experimentation sites for the sort of new way of creating this type of urbanism. So, thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Yep.
We can switch to the Miro board, back to the last slides, and then maybe we can change the search for orientation. I see we also joined, thanks Kevin Alta for joining us. Kevin is a full professor at UT here for architecture design, and also has a very successful architecture office, Alta Studio, here in Austin. Thanks for joining.
Do you want me to share my screen with the Miro board?
Yeah, maybe for orientation, like
okay, great.
Hover or search for drawings of interest in a way.
Yeah. So,
Eric, may I ask a couple of questions of clarification?
Sure.
So, if I understand correctly, this is the sort of proposal. You've been thinking about the way these things might come into being. Is there? Are you involved with? Or are you also proposing that there's a strategy for these agreements or contracts that you said were, I think, the second step or something like that? Is that part of your enterprise?
Yeah.
So what's key about the contractual relationships between that bind one constituent's construction from the next?
So the way that I was strategizing this would be the contractual relationships would, in a way, set up a sort of invisible framework for these things to sort of happen in a sort of organized way, right? So you have limits to what you can do because you agreed to it beforehand, right? And so in a way, when you begin
is this like one of the sort of free speech platforms that just allows anyone to say anything or whatever agreements they want, or are you putting in a set of regulations, shall we say? Is there a structure to the agreements?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and there is a sort of idea of this sort of regulated aspect to it, precisely because you still want this to happen, right? You don't want it to just die in the middle of the process. You want people to be able to have enough of a framework to organize themselves, but to also make the system work, right? Or the construction work.
But have you structured that already, or you just imagine that there would be some structure?
Yeah, I mean, I basically structured it in terms of what businesses or what sort of stocks could sort of work well together in terms of when you put hardest stock next to an automation stock, like the way that these could potentially collaborate with each other to begin to expand the spaces that these are combining, right? But it's not, I haven't planned everything out like to the T, but it's just an idea.
Well, I guess I have two different thoughts about my initial reaction, and this comes from a perspective of saying, this is not my field of inquiry, and I don't pretend to have great knowledge about it and how AI would work in this regard and things like that. But one is about the contractual relationships between the different constituents, and one is about the artifact itself. With regard to the former, I appreciate that you're sort of testing different scenarios. And I would be curious to see what you learned, because when I look at those things as a kind of, critic or, a skeptic, as architects are, right? You try something and you look at what the issues are, what the problems are, or whatever. Will it stand up? Will it leak? I wonder about how you regulate it, because it seems to me that it's a lovely idea, but it just like free speech is a lovely idea, but we've seen a whole lot of issues with certain political folks like using it in a way that others feel are not telling the truth, and then has great influence. So like, are you putting yourself in the hands off? You've already said you're not going to be hands off. You're going to regulate these things. So what kind of regulations are important? Is this about health and safety? Is this about access? Is it about regulating the relationships between individuals? I mean, certainly there would be building codes that would, like, as you start to look at the larger aggregations, there would be, concerns about egress and things like that for safety. Right. But I wonder what kind of a framework that would be that would allow the freedom you're looking for, as well as the giving you the kind of circumstances that make this a success or incline it towards success, as opposed to incline it towards a disaster, like the pirate ship in Oakland, that disaster some years ago. Yeah. So like one wonders about how you structure that. And I also think, does that have to do with social relations or with, just safety issues or whatever? The other end of it that immediately strikes me is like, and this is talking about it as an artifact, is that there are a series of concerns that immediately get implicated. And I wonder about them. Like, I wonder about like service and access. I mean, there's a famous quote that almost feels like it's apocryphal, but it wasn't, from Rafael Moneo when he first began as the chairman at Harvard, and he enjoyed an unprecedented degree of respect from everyone who hung on his every word. And he said, buildings need sickness and death. And everyone went around saying, what does he mean, sickness and death? Like, the mystic, and he was, because of his accent and the way he speaks, he was saying buildings need thickness and depth, right? And it's worth repeating because it helped you remember that. But, as soon as these things become anything but just a pavilion outside, they probably need servicing, for HVAC. They probably need some issues of like power, water, wastewater. Like, where does the thickness come into? I wonder about literal access and egress. I wonder about the foundation condition, that like how they attach to things. Because certainly, even if you're relying on being parasitical or at least complementary, like sitting on somebody else, there are ways in which these things have to attach, and that has to do with rights of grabbing onto someone else. And then in particular, then there are issues about enclosure. Like anything, one of the great unforeseen consequences of modernism, with its multiplication of pieces and the issues with that Buckminster Fuller faced, and Waxman and all those folks, was that the multiplication of pieces created all of these joints, and joints then created issues of like sealant, and sealant wears out, and so there, and then it has to do with issues of weathering at best, and failure at worst. So like, I just wonder the degree to which you want to have control over issues of enclosure, of foundation, of thickness, and of access.
Yeah, no, I mean, I did sort of take into account the access portion as best as I could, or as I had time for. And that's one of the reasons why this sort of open-ended sort of frames come in, right? You could potentially begin to work your way through those to provide certain types of services, right? As far as the super detailed structural components go, I did not get that far. There's only so far I could have gotten, and I did consider it, and it was on my mind. But the best I can think of is, this is why I kind of wanted to make this very open-ended, so that when failure does begin to happen, people can potentially come into action.
It's much simpler. You don't have a building. You're working with furniture. It's the whole thesis.
Well, yeah. I mean, it is still furniture, technically, right? It's still.
So you don't need anything what architectural codes need.
Right.
But that wasn't what the aggregations looked like, particularly later when they started to become quite large.
Yeah, of course. But it doesn't mean that legally it wouldn't not apply anymore.
So, I mean, that's something that we kind of talked about a lot, is the idea of, what defines a building, right? What is a building in a city? What if it's an intervention staged by people with furniture, as segregation's a building, or is it just, super furniture, right? Do codes apply to it or not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like Daniel, like maybe you're new to these 50 states, but like you've 100% crossed the threshold of square footage here for this to be not gone through the building department. And it's an inhabited program. So like I appreciate the idea that it's furniture and not a building conceptually, but like legally that doesn't make sense. I don't think that there's so much of a crisis here about like how would you govern this thing. Like there's plenty of models like file group and things that are emerging, where there's a collective agreement about how the project is being developed, like how ownership is determined, like all of these sorts of things. I do think there's a kind of relevant question in that kind of long series to kick off this review about and I think it's like it's both a question of kind of the operating system for your idea of using this smart contract to govern the construction of this thing, and like kind of building in the rules of adjacency to how this thing could be able to develop, rules of egress. Clearly you haven't addressed rules of envelope, but we'll put that aside for now. But the question of like at what point does a kind of bottom-up system become like the not necessarily a viable solution? There's there's certainly the kind of bottom-up complex system theory governed a lot of kind of early digital simulation work around, not early, like let's say early 2000s, around kind of multi-agent systems and these kind of old GoFe of simple reflex agents and stuff, and how they mediate each other. But like pretty much all systems have abandoned that local only relationship of governance or decision making, simply because it became clear that most models don't work that way. Like systems of hierarchy are critical for performance. And it's even something as simple as spanning, right? Like your assembly of these space frames to create long spanning is something that can be done, but it's nowhere near the most efficient or effective way of doing that, right? And so the question is like, at what point does like the commitment to exclusively operating at a unit to unit level and tenant to tenant level, right, need to be subsumed by an overarching hierarchy of kind of evaluation. Like as this thing develops, obviously as you assemble all these space frames, you're either massively overbuilding the individual parts, right? Or you need to come in with a secondary strategy that recognizes past a certain amount of construction, you need some kind of contractual agreement, or again, kind of going back to the co-op pool or the Baugrupppen of substituting in other parts or longer parts that begin to ossify things past a certain scale. Because you're certainly reaching that scale where this is, underperforming as exclusively this single hierarchy of relationships that you're proposing here. But there's a lot of really kind of beautiful things, like in terms of the patterning of the plan, like you start to see kind of emerging formal orders, right, from this, like longer elements or longer continuities of certain patterns that suggest that at least from an architectural point of view, and I suspect also from, if like you look at like things like R50 in Berlin, like these kind of contractual projects, being able to be solved about like at what point do you create triggers to substitute in these unit-to-unit systems for something longer. And maybe that also starts to be the suggestion of envelope, because you can't have a fab lab without an envelope.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, the issue of envelope was not fully tackled just because of time constraints, I guess, and just sort of it wasn't my main focus for the project. But yeah, I mean,
also it's really hard to do envelope with these exclusively bottom systems. As someone who works a lot with them, at the end of the day, it's kind of nice to have like some kind of top level decision making in your software stack that says, oh, my like this thing's abutting an exterior, and I need to make sure that there's a kind of watertight continuity around this whole assembly, right?
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen exclusively from one-to-one relationships at this scale.
Right. Yeah. And so, I mean, that would be, I guess, like further progress into how the system is sort of, I guess in a way designed and sort of fleshed out, right? And I think it could be a very exciting thing to sort of think about as we get into more technical issues.
Well, I probably wouldn't go down the envelope path, because I think that there's actually some other potentials for this being both more pragmatic and more conceptual, as you move forward. And for the pragmatic parts, I'm someone who lives in a high-rise downtown. I look across at how people are already starting to populate parking garages. I saw during the pandemic mini gyms show up in parking spots. I saw little offices show up. Somebody built across from me, built sort of an entire little urban garden in there. And so this kind of population appropriation of these spaces and a way of beginning to sort of enter into them, I actually think is a really powerful idea. And then where that sort of goes at another level of pragmatic, I was an advisor for a competition for an institutional building in Houston last year. And one of the biggest questions was what to do about the parking garage. That they were required to have a certain amount of parking to serve the building, yet they all fervently believed it was a particular nonprofit that was very much concerned about the environment. They believed that eventually we would be getting away from automobiles. And so they were hoping that the different architects would actually sort of propose ways to sort of rethink this structure. So what really intrigues me about what you're doing is, you're looking at this thing that could be both transitional, so transitional and transformative, as we sort of like populate this infrastructure, as we rethink this infrastructure. It might be parasitic, as what Kevin talked about, but it also might be a way of rewriting its DNA. What else it could become. And so while I'm not looking at your solution as necessarily being practical, although it actually could be very practical based on the first examples, I also think conceptually sort of a way of understanding the kind of residue of the infrastructure that we're going to live with for another 100 years. And what is it that begins to sort of like reformat and reconceive what it could be through these aggregations that insert themselves. And so what I would love to see you do would actually begin to think about, the transitional moment. So not just to aggregate, but what is disaggregation come into play? What are the sort of the multiple ways that this can be informed and reformed, as you go through that? And what are the kind of opportunities for populating different kinds of infrastructure exist? And what happens that would be different? What is the switch that makes this combine in one way for one type of infrastructure and one type of use, and combine it another way for another one? So I think that I at first I was going, this is a shelf, but by the time I saw where you were going with it, I realized that it has the thinking process. There's an incredible amount of potential.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I definitely agree. That's something that I was also thinking about, was the potential of this system to not only be incorporating parking garages, but other types of infrastructure like highways or stuff that is more sort of car relevant, right? So yeah, I mean, there is no shortage of ideas for sure. Thank you.
That is a kind of fascinating aspect of the project, this kind of, how would you call it, Michelle? Like a discovery of future opportunities, like, future disused infrastructure. And it seems like that's really got a tremendous amount of potential. Notwithstanding the things I said before, one of the things that was curious to me actually about what you did, Eric, is conceiving of shelf as space frame, which, it could be, I guess. But the other thing that's so interesting about shelves is storage, right? Is that they actually provide they use the term I used earlier, the thickness that allows for other spaces to be utilized. And when I think about utilizing these kinds of spaces, it doesn't tend to necessarily be the structural condition that's so interesting, especially if you're, re-inhabiting a parking garage, a la James Wimes or, anything like that, if you know that old example. But it seems like actually allowing these kind of bits of storage, bits that power the like the carts along the Seine that open up and become impromptu bookstores. Seems like a kind of tremendous potential. This is to think of it more like shelf than like space frame.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I started noticing right away when I started sort of making this thing. Was, there's parts of the system or of the furniture that actually touch the ground. So, those would be amazing starting points for some sort of like guerrilla bookstore or something in front of your parking garage, right? It's something that I was also really interested by at a very small scale, is how do these assemblies begin to touch the ground and sort of interact with the people that are walking on the street, right, as a consequence. And I thought that was also another exciting, sort of like really exciting venue for changing the way that we think about unused spaces in the city. For
example, in a parking lot, the things parking lots do quite well is they stand up, they're quite robust, they have access. And they give you access, right? Access and egress. Like they're really good at that, They don't do much else. But if you're thinking about re-inhabiting them, I'm not sure if it's so important at giving an alternate way to get up there or to get shelter, like on the roof. But more interestingly, maybe that would propose a different way to inhabit them, in much the way that what is it called? Parking space, the thing that happens at every year where parking spaces are inhabited in different ways. It's not called parking space. Happens in Austin, happens in New York. Michelle, do you know what I'm talking about? Like where people like engage a parking space and inhabit it for a day or something. Yeah, parking. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, many things. Unfortunately, we have a bit. I have to be please. We have to move to the next project. That we keep in time. Thanks for the comments. Next project, Jeff, are you ready?
Okay. Okay, so hi, my name is Jeff Leopold, and I'll be presenting my project. The title is Going According to Plan. And so I want to start off by sharing with you the startup that I created through this project. It's called Clips. And so I have a website that I will be showing with you, as well as the link I will post in the chat here. And I will just read over what was on that slide as I kind of like take you through this, just a short overview of the website. So clips are spatial fragments designed to extend, improve, and connect your home. Clips derive their formal language from the typology of the common suburban home. They were designed to insert themselves into the vacant spaces between homes, ultimately densifying the community and adding a diverse range of new programs to your community. And Clips as a service provides a platform for communities to do this. And so the idea is you would find your neighborhood in the app, register your property, and browse the possible ways to extend your home. Through computational research, Clips has developed a series of spatial arrangements that can be added to any home. These arrangements, or clips as I call them, can combine together at multiple scales of living. So example for what you're seeing here. And I will be taking you through the examples at the residential, neighborhood, commercial, and suburban scale. So I ask all of you to please go ahead and explore this website. There's a lot of stuff on here that I will be going through in the presentation also, but this collection of clips and the gallery and so forth. So please visit that. And then I will go back to the presentation here. Okay, so now that you've kind of seen the end result of this, I'll take you through some of the process, the computational research. And we began with this by cataloging I began by cataloging a sample of interior fragments of American suburban homes. And then taking from this catalog and collaging these pieces together, and from this collage, extracting a new floor plan, a new way of living, something that is a defamiliarized home that takes parts of the common home and then rearranges them in a new way. And so this is just kind of showing from these plans, I extracted new parts, new three-dimensional parts. And here on the right kind of just shows like an evolution of these parts. They were continuously changing as we moved through the project, improving them and changing the spatial arrangements of them. And then here are some examples of just arranging these into chunks and kind of trying to achieve that same collage that I did two-dimensionally. So a few of these examples here. And then I was looking at Levittown as an example of a type of problematic suburban condition that I wanted to combat, where the landscape is designed to be open between houses, but it's not really open because you can still see all your neighbors and so forth. And then connecting that with this project by Alejandro Aravena, where they built this community and the space between houses is meant to be infilled by the owner of the house. It's designed that way. And then also just quickly looking at this project as a type of collage of styles and materials and parts of the house. And so here is showing this final catalog of spatial parts that I created. And so these are the clips that you see on the website under collection. And just some larger images of these. This is also on the website and they have short descriptions there as well. And the idea is on the website, you could go through, browse these clips and kind of order one to add to your home. And through the app offers that platform where it negotiates the relations between neighbors and within the community. And then here are some drawings showing the red is the addition, the black being the existing home, and how this adds on to your home and starts to connect the two together. And then to take you through an example of some of these projects at the residential scale. So the residential works with combining mostly like 1 to 3 of these clips, adding them onto your house. So for here, for example, you see this kind of home office and lounge clip being added onto the side of the house to extend the living space. Additionally, here you have a large covered exterior terrace with a second level area for working. Here you have this idea of the solar tower, which when combined at a larger scale in the community, which you'll see can connect and harvest energy for the community and then share it across homes. And here you see an example of just these clips combining together to form a courtyard in the backyard. And then at a different scale, moving forward in the neighborhood scale is when there's, for example, like 10 or more of these clips start to combine together. And how it works really is you would download the app to find your community. And what Clips does is they would negotiate the neighbor relationships when building. And you would register your property in the app, and then we would take care of those like legal relationships. And so on the website, you can explore the collection and choose a clip to add onto your home. And then eventually expand your neighborhood with your neighbors to bring in new programs and new opportunities into your neighborhood. So for example, this is like a before shot of this community and then afterwards view of after all of these clips are added, and you see how it densifies the community. An overhead shot of that. And then I also want to share this video taking you through. And so the clips were designed in mind with the gap sizes between house. So there's different sizes of clips. Some, for example, are larger, and so they fit where there's a larger gap between houses, say like 10 meters. Or there's also clips, for example, like this home office unit, which is a lot smaller and a lot more slender and able to fit in between those smaller gaps between homes. Okay. And then, so on the commercial scale, this is an example of when clips get combined at the large scale to create more institutional functions. So for example, this here, using that type of home office clip and really aggregate into multiple units creates like this office block that can serve the community as a whole. And so this combining of clips kind of changes the fabric of the community into an urban condition. And so you see here, the intervention of this geometry into the space really creates this like one whole continuous building. And so this is at the scale of combining like 100, 200 plus of these clips. And then lastly, looking at the suburban condition, where clips completely changes the condition of the neighborhood by embedding new programs into it. Clips join together to densify the area and form this expansive continuous interior that oscillates between a suburban and urban condition. And this new interior can be rented out through or within the app to those who would need a place to sleep, a place to work, a place to grab a bite to eat. And this also transforms into new kinds of different programs and amenities that can be brought into the community. And that is what I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just leave it with a slide. Maybe it's better than the.
Jeff, I don't need to always start this, but if I guess I can always fill up space. I had a question of clarification, I guess. With the particular clips, what's guiding them? Like you said you came up with a collection of them, but what guides what that collection is?
That was guided through the computational research that we created and through this evolution of extracting the parts from the 2D plans and then continually working on those to create just different spatial conditions that are these like ambiguous spaces that can house multiple programs. And so when they combine, they create larger scales that can house larger programs. So for example, here is how some of these early like arrangements were created and taken.
Yeah, it has that sense of arbitrariness to it. Because I was going to say that, like, I'm intrigued by this idea. I have to say that, I mean, the assumption that I think it's all based on this assumption that I think is faulty, that the suburbs, the buildings that comprise these suburban dwellings are the consequence of desire. One wants a building like this, as opposed to the consequence of a set of regulations that have to do with setbacks and value and things like that. You know, I mean, I think they are more the consequence of the cheapest way to build something that has a kind of reasonable degree of integrity, and they're organized in ways so that they have the smallest amount of perimeter wall. They have windows that face back and forward because you don't know how close you are to your neighbors and things like that. Program gets arranged like that, and I think that there's this assumption that these are somehow more designed as a because one wants something like that is problematic. However, I wonder about. I'm willing to kind of push that aside and say, like, what happens if regulations like building setbacks are put on the shelf, and if we have a common desire about making the place more dense and more vibrant, how could we start to imagine something like this? But it seems to me that the particular nature of the clips is what's really important. And I wonder if rather than this sort of, I don't want to say arbitrary, but computational consequence, if it actually wouldn't have made more sense to think about like building more as a verb than a noun. Like, how do these things get there? Like, do systems of transportation, for example, make a difference? That it could be put on a flatbed and brought here, or like, how would one build them? Are they made in prefabricated pieces? Or is it a programmatic thing? Does it have to do with independence and energy? Like, I like very much these towers, partially because I like their figure as quite different from the other things, but I also like the thought that they have this program of being power generating pieces, and I could imagine how they could get kind of added to this kind of enterprise. And I guess I question that the particular clips would come from this computationally driven approach, as opposed to maybe more of an active, like, how these things would come into being approach. On the other hand, I have another kind of just comment, I guess, which is the kind of oddity of that has to do with value. Like, the reality is, by the time these suburban conditions, the land value is such that they would suggest that kind of investment. The buildings themselves have very little value, like the existing buildings, and why they're treated as sacrosanct seems odd. I mean, they're very difficult to add to, like adding onto the side of inevitably they put things like bathrooms, laundry rooms, mudrooms and stuff on those side walls because, your neighbor might be quite close to you. So like, it's actually quite hard to clip on there often without rearranging what's going on inside. And given that they have a relatively low value and I'm not, they seem to be treated more in a more sacrosanct way than I would expect. So like the joint seems like an interesting one as well.
Yes.
Yeah, jumping here, following the comment, I think I kind of appreciate this sort of Frankenstein aesthetics or appearance that is combining many different elements at the same time. I would emphasize this point of to understand these clips at what scale they respond, because I think it could the project probably, or the narrative of the project would benefit from knowing if these responses are always individual, or sometimes do they respond to a group demand, or sometimes it respond to a community. No, so to systematize a bit the from where is coming the demand that prompts this formal answer would probably help to explain or to communicate the combinatories that you have in mind in order to produce this result, or the formal regulations, no, that somehow drive this assemblage and also with the results in terms of public space, no. So not just in relation to the space that is inhabitable, the private space, but also, okay, which is the resulting public space, no. So it is just the result of this process, that is just the space that is left, or is there any formal regulation that is also somehow trying to respond to this demand, which in this case would be probably a community demand and not only an individual demand, no? So yeah, that could be my point here.
Yeah, no, I'm not, should actually not talk, never in reviews in America. I'm doing this now still. I think like where the innovation of the project is really more on the strategy. And I think we are in a moment in time where we can really think, especially like suburbia, which is of course highly orchestrated, or like where regulations are especially designed for actually putting up a highly pragmatic kind of living environment, which is completely scientifically proven and so on, which everything that means. So, and it's interesting that, for example, these legal regulations, or when you say setbacks or whatever, that it's very foreseeable that those in their simplicity can be automated. And thinking now, what does it mean when there comes a certain ease to alter, to negotiate it? Like actually that it opens up a completely new realm for interaction as an architect, as a practice. And this completely enjoy in Jeff's project that he takes us on in a way to think that how in a way not only can be something extended, but then also programmatically something could change. That's of course in the bird view renderings doesn't become so clear now how that also integrates like workshops, or thinking that you don't have institutions as big kind of buildings, but in a more smaller scale, what does it mean if there's a whatever kindergarten, whatever call it, that you would also put this or integrate, and by this like in itself like change the context fundamentally. That's
one of the things that I find so interesting about like reinvestigating the suburban condition is the kind of challenging of its homogeneity. That I mean, they're designed to be homogeneous, right, and kind of stultifyingly so. And like I wonder if that thought of, I mean, in many ways, very much like the kind of the School of Architecture's project of the Alley Cat initiative, not Alley Cat, sorry, Alley House initiative, that kind of spurned the ADU things going on in Austin. This thought that what's happening in the backyards around alleys might be a way to kind of reinvigorate a kind of suburban environment. And if one were to say, instead of imagining, I don't know, that you could add clips anywhere on these things just to make it more dense, if one would say, well, there's this wealth of space in the backyard. And you know already, I have some qualms about adding to these houses because of their inherent lack of value. But if you start to say, well, in this suburban condition, there's a wealth of like front yard, this sort of like 25-foot setback everywhere, and wealth of backyard, like what might one do? Like, might one run an alley and it suggest a series of kind of smaller buildings that kind of could run transversely through, that then could get occupied in a different way, like workshops, the kind of thing you're talking about, Daniel. Like, so there might be a sort of secondary life, and that you pull the project away from being concerned so much with the existing artifact of the house, but start to imagine how you could take advantage of the excess of space in a suburban condition to put in another kind of program, you know, things that might, again, like workshops, like small businesses, and circulation that might pass through the blocks. I feel like I very much like this idea of the website, that you might, you know, dial into something and say, I would like to put a ADU in my backyard, or have a rentable space. I don't use my backyard. My kids are gone. There's value in this. Work out all the particulars. The regulations I understand have changed. You'll get it done with my neighbors. And then I have this profit center. And then there's this whole other world that might happen back there. I would worry about the programless clips that, as a professional, I just look at it and I see, oh my goodness, this is going to be so problematic adding to these things. But I like the use of unused spaces.
Yeah, and I have a similar kind of feeling about this project. The plan, to me, I think, is its most successful point, just because it starts to provoke these ideas about adaptively reusing the kind of void spaces for low density neighborhoods. Formally, though, I think once this thing moves out of that kind of organizational diagram of the plan, there's a lot to be kind of challenged, I think, about the formal language of your parts, not exclusively from an aesthetic point of view, although certainly have criticism of that. But again, going back to this idea about the feasibility of actually producing this kind of incremental developing with these specific parts, like they're very kind of ill-formed or ill-fit to fit together. I think there's a lot that I really like about the project. There's a lot of kind of new speculative development that's occurring around the kind of the kind of small Amsterdam cities of taking like some suburban areas outside of Tempe and in Arizona, and there's a startup that's trying to build a kind of mixed use development like that, which they have stricter zoning laws, and actually, I don't know. I only know that Houston doesn't have super strict zoning laws, mostly just setbacks. But you guys maybe do have there. But anyway, like this, it's a kind of similar proposal of taking something that's very low density and turning it into kind of pedestrian oriented, like mixed use project where you start to have more local, less commuting, less transportation, and then like different ideas about kind of land ownership, people buying into this development. Like has been said a bunch of times, this would require like a real collective effort between the neighborhood to make this one happen, or like one entity to come in and make this happen. I think the big difference in your project is like leaving the existing suburban houses, and this goes back to the question of the design of your system. Like at this point, it certainly looks to me like, potentially with the forms you're working with, that it may be cheaper to just kind of tear down the stick frame houses and put your system in place, rather than trying to figure out how to get these things to engage with them. So I don't know, from my point of view, I think the biggest task for you, there's a lot of interesting ideas about plan and program and developing new types of neighborhoods that are not common in the United States. in these kind of underutilized, let's say, spaces. But at the moment, like formally, I think the system doesn't really isn't really reflecting that intention from just, you know, like what's been said, transporting the parts to the space, how those parts fits together. Like, you know, there's a reason why Urbana's thing is shaped the way it does, is that it takes care of the costly construction of incremental development right up front. Like the wet walls and the roof are all built in, and then so anything that you add underneath that roof is significantly lower cost construction, right? Every single adjacency in this project suggests a kind of nightmare waterproofing setup that would have to be figured out. Like you're basically generating valleys and flashing anomalies that will take a while to resolve. So there's, all I'm saying is, like, essentially, I think there's a lot of really interesting things about the organizational proposal, the platform idea for the site, about, you know, the site negotiating conversations between neighbors, but that formally the project doesn't really perform to those requirements that we would expect.
Thank you.
And I just sort of wanted to point out that the part about this that I found most intriguing and where I find the most potential is where you begin to address scale, not as size, but in relationship to domain. And you know, let me just give you a quick example of this. And it's actually the difference between your solar tower and your commercial area, where your commercial building was an aggregation to create size as being commercial, whereas the solar tower sort of understood that it had a domain that was much, much larger than it in and of itself, that it didn't belong to one building, and it didn't have to be multiplied out there, but it actually sort of acted over a larger territory. And so for me, where the clip-ons become really intriguing is not necessarily in the expanded ADU category, you know, as and all the different versions of what could be infill or added on. It comes when they trigger something else, you know, when they enable something else to happen by, it might be their position, it might be their function, it might be by their ownership, and it might be in a location writ large in terms of the fact that a particular intervention might work in this community, but not in another community in order to do this larger thing. You know, I think that there's so many things that we deal with that we want to think about them in terms of spatial scale. We want to think about them in terms of units across there, but physical phenomena don't operate that way. The aquifer, you know, watersheds don't operate that way. The way we deal with energy systems don't operate that way. And so I think the real potential here is thinking, where do I do a clip-on that suddenly is defining a different territory or addressing a different kind of phenomena? And so when you put up the solar tower, that was that sort of first indication that you were thinking about a thing that might be not of its specific place, but of a larger purview. And so that's part of this that I'd really love to see you develop and continue to work on and develop further, because I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Great project. It's always good when it's getting critical. It means that you are thought-provoking. So next presentation, Jacob, you ready?
Yes, I am. Awesome. Great. First, I want to say thank you to all the reviewers for attending. The first project of the semester was a series of drawings that meant to represent the condensing of production and domestication in the wake of COVID-19. As a response to the pandemic, it seems like the realm of production has pushed the realm of the domestic to its absolute limit represented in these drawings, where what is left of the domestic space is a series of rooms rendered as an almost structural implication, so columns supporting the space of production. Given this, a new topology created from this, from the interplay between the room columns and the space of production between, was seen as a mat, a new form of architectural urbanism that only needed to be cut to the site. So it threw away Duran's idea of the typological model, and instead topology exists infinitely to be cut by the architect. So this is moving forward. Also looking to means of adapting space as a flexible and economic model different than the room rental system. For example, there's a precedent by Mayo, 110 rooms, where adjacencies in rooms allow for a flexibility of ownership, square footages, and space can actually be expanded and contracted based on the necessities of the tenants. So an initial module was developed to introduce as much spatial flexibility as possible when aggregated. So the conditions of living and circulation were both seen as things that could be adaptable. And when aggregated, created a plan that had some interesting consequences in terms of how space could be allocated and the condition of domesticity as something that is not as rigidly defined. And then how to appropriate this into architecture, the idea of the type shell as something that could perhaps have an interplay between infiniteness of liquid space and kind of architecture as form and architecture as organization, and the interplay between these two. Some initial studies of these pieces aggregated in larger spaces. So just two components that when aggregated created a myriad of different spatial consequences. So the library of pieces was intended to expand the borders of the traditional room, and therefore their associated means of ownership, by introducing a series of spatially flexible furniture. Each of these contained its own structural support, which introduced two scales of temporality to the project: architecture as both generic infrastructure and flexible furniture. The definitions of space were left intentionally vague so as to defy predetermination before their algorithmic agglomeration. Once nestled within the block, the parts informed an array of uses, as large spaces could be passages through blocks, outdoor gardens, or retail opportunity. Domestic labor became a shared commodity as well through communal kitchens, and indicated housing groupings by the adjacent beds. So the plan, which is generated by these parts, demonstrates the vague liquid space that attempts to defy obsolescence. Spatial borders are drawn arbitrarily with the intention of a continual redrawing according to the needs of the client. Ownership of space becomes a flexible entity, as not only production and domestication have been condensed, but also the traditional spatial distinctions and economic associations with them. The economy of rooms is defined by their beds, desks, and bathrooms as a subscription model of adjacencies. The parts generated an assemblage of thickened domestic walls separating the spaces of work. The second scale of temporality is revealed once the furniture is peeled back from the skeleton. The space then becomes a semi-charged field awaiting further appropriation. You can see perhaps an arbitrarily drawn series of borders that could be redeveloped, but defined by their desk, bath, and bed space. So the idea of overlaying a type shell was introduced to see how this new map plan would respond to different artifacts of architecture. So the intentional intersection between the efficiency but infinite sameness of digital computation and the formality but mundanity of the type shell produced the interesting architectural idiosyncrasies that introduce a constantly changing syntax of space. Each type shell informed unique interactions between script and form, redefining type not by its organizational model, but by its dialogue. 5 types were introduced as spatial models for live work. The L block. And here you could see the, because the traditional room, bedroom and bath ways of distinguishing ownership are no longer classifiable. Density was based on square footages per bed, which actually you see the script generated pretty standard apartment square footages, which was interesting. The square block, the cruciform block, compact tower, the courtyard block. The courtyard block being the most, I would say, fulfilled version of the script, where the parts almost became like an isotropic mat, and only one rigid boundary was defined, but the way it was organized in the courtyards were informed by the by actually an overlay between the larger spatial systems and the infill. So with the library of these computational types, I decided to implement them on a site to see their response and their interaction, not only with each other, but with an adjacent context, hypothetically. I chose the Brooklyn Manor apartments. They face an impending danger of redevelopment due to a controversy that the plan failed to allocate equal number of low-income rental units as previously available. I saw this site as a viable option because there's the necessity to develop multiple scales of housing simultaneously. Several occupants inhabited multi-generational units on the site. I took inspiration from Moss's APAN housing, which was, they deemed also a living laboratory, but it was this was a physical test on new housing technologies for single-family units and multifamily units constructed within Mexico. So I deemed the Brooklyn Living Laboratory, taking the precedent from the work of Moss. The project collects a range of housing types and scales to assemble a digital living laboratory, archiving a future economic and spatial model for live-work housing. Using the screenshot aesthetic, the drawings attempt to make aware of the condition of the project, architecture as digital exploration. The laboratory frames these explorations as a Wunderkammer of housing types. As in every cabinet of curiosities, the parts are not autonomous, but establish relationships between themselves. The site organization draws on the idiosyncrasies of each block and establishes the multiplicity of scales as a unity through antagonistic parts. The courtyard block. The final drawing demonstrates the aspirations of readaptation, with the artifacts left being the structural ramifications of the script that, when peeled back, could perhaps both leave a vagueness and spatial interest as a project that hopefully could be reappropriated. That is everything.
Thank you.
I guess I can continue to dive in, unless someone else would like to start. Jacob, it's an impressive presentation. Can you go to maybe, well, whatever, we can leave it here. I had just one question of clarification first that I guess comes up anytime one sees a cruciform building. It seems like in this final iteration, like one can't do something like this without sort of suggesting, at least, or having in the back of one's mind an idea about the urbanism that it would create. Do you have a kind of notion about what kind of urbanism this is? Is it like the cruciforms of the high modern movement? You know, Corbusier's buildings with the rolling landscape in between. Is there a Jane Jacobs going on back there? What happens with the agglomeration of these things?
The type forms were chosen almost as diagrammatic representations of like the typical shells of live work buildings, not necessarily the cruciform as the final formal ramifications, but just a test into kind of the intersection between a digital strategy as an infill and kind of the artifacts as the traditional type shells of buildings. But the reason I chose this site and the reason I chose a scale of housing topology was that I saw that the infill, not only did it have the ability to respond to different scales of housing and different organizations of massing differently, but also saw urbanism as being a series of antagonistic parts that inform each other through mutual recognition on the site, I would say. So the initial study, I'm not sure, like I'm not 100% sure, and I know some implementations of the digital infill or like the algorithmic infill were more and less successful on different building strategies. I actually think they were least successful on the cruciform building. But I think the formal representations of each shell type weren't necessarily kind of the final ramifications of this study.
Yeah, but I'm not misunderstanding, right? There's you're proposing, this isn't about re-inhabiting existing shells. These are meant to be new buildings, right? Mm-hmm. These fairly generic shapes. And I mean, I guess there's a kind of version of urbanism that is like the Peter Eisman version of a few decades ago of like setting up a series of kind of antagonistic structures. But it seems like maybe it hasn't been a major part of the conversation, but particularly when one sees documents like this, immediately one pushes up against the question of how does it make a city, you know, and what is the relation? And as much as I agree with you about the cruciform building and the sort of Peter Stuyvesant or Corbusier's version, you know, of like I don't think those are particularly successful. They were very clear ideas about what that city would be like made from these pieces. Excuse me. And I think that you know, as one is designing something, it's not a linear approach, right? You start with this and one is always looking ahead, testing and going back and forth. So I think some idea has to come into this at some point about what does all of this get us? And is it something of value? Or is it something monstrous or something in between? Mm-hmm. I do think it's something of value. It seems like at least worth mentioning, even if it's not worth much of a conversation of it, because it hasn't been so much vested in your particular investigation. I think what I like about this so much is I like the way in which you are proposing, shall we say, a kind of provisional architecture, an architecture that is that the character of which is defined in a large part by the way in which it is inhabited. That it's not neutral, it's not a blank canvas, but you could say it's a primed canvas. You know, the way artists will prime their canvases with white so their marks are shown. I feel like it's or a hot skillet or something, like, you know, that it affects what you put in it. And I feel like it's really interesting to think about these buildings as the plans as having a kind of great degree of flexibility in how they are used and how the negotiations that happen between occupants and the consequential kind of spaces. Maybe a plan is worth putting up there. I like the way you've clipped to borrow the phrase, but to use it in a different way, clipped this plan. The one you had before this is the mat, which has great problems of to do with light and air. and that you clip it in a way that either if it's big, it gets a courtyard, or if it's skinny, it allows easy access to these things. I feel like you solve that one fundamental problem with the way you clip it. And then you have these things that can be used in a provisional way. It reminds me of one of the kind of great articles on architecture by Robin Evans about passages. I think it's called Passages, Figures, Corridors, about the invention of the corridor. Mm-hmm. And while it talks kind of on the surface about how, you know, the invention of indoor plumbing led to a whole series of changes in the way that flats were designed, apartments were designed. Really, what this did is it instilled a set of proprieties, a set of values that, and in fact, he points out that there were, like, you know, quote unquote, good plans and bad plans that had to do with health of all things. In Britain, in London, you know, if one would be seen coming out of the bathroom going into the into your bedroom or things like that, and it led to an idea of privacy that is very much ingrained in the way we commonly think about the domestic condition, that rooms are meant to be private. And he points out in a pre-indoor plumbing world, buildings were often set up like with rooms en suite, without corridors, before the invention of the corridor. And the real interest of that is the social condition, is that, you know, a room wasn't a bedroom, therefore private and at the end of a sequence, but in fact was a room that you could pass through and chance encounters happened. You opened a door and all of a sudden you're in a world that maybe you weren't supposed to be in. And to me, that's the most interesting thing about this, that you're proposing something that that doesn't necessarily suggest or demand a set of proprieties of how, like, society is supposed to act, how, you know, what is the, you know, the way the single family home generally does, but in fact allows that to be determined by the way it's used. And the reason I went to all that effort to kind of explain that, shall we say, that particular view of a provisional architecture, is I wonder what changes you might make if you started to think about this in terms of its social invitations, you know, because you're thinking about architecture here generally as being solid or void, you know, about being either closed or open. And yet there are many, many other ways to conceive of architecture, like screens, things that have both those conditions. And I think about, you know, many years ago, I did this study on the Eichler homes. And one of the things that was so interesting about them is that, you know, the bedrooms all were defined with sliding glass doors. And the only way to get privacy was to pull curtains. And curtains, you know, you can tell that the curtains, there's a reason to pull them. Like any child would wonder what's going on behind the closed curtains. And I wonder if instead of just thinking of it as a spatial condition alone, if you would think about it as a perceptual condition and social relations, if that might make it so much richer and might add another level of architectural vocabulary, as opposed to solid and void, or in this case, you have kind of serviced and, you know, and served, service and service, to sort of mitigating layers.
Absolutely. Well, some of the spatial components actually introduced were boundaries. So like the door that can rotate 180 degrees, but perhaps isn't opaque to transparency, or the curtain as these almost semi-permeable borders that further divide space. Because I think one thing that the plans, you can see like a series of these doors that were maintained throughout the original explorations, that space can be folded and reappropriated. And then I agree, like an overlay of almost a semi-transparent means of articulating and defining boundaries.
Right. Well, it seems to me that those devices that mitigate between spaces are just so incredibly interesting. I mean, you know, like Marcel Duchamp's famous door. Do you know what the door that, so when two rooms are connected, the other is disconnected. And I mean, the most interesting thing about that is the social implication. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's happening here, but I feel like as soon as you add another layer of degree, rather than just open or closed, but partially open, I think it makes the mix much more interesting. And in the end, like I was saying, it's the social condition that I find the most powerful here.
Maybe to be fair to the project is that all the kind of cut out stuff, like this is like as a tutor I never saw, like, or like this is 1 week old max. And there's more interesting is like when you stage with the what you call the MET plan. It's actually we look at the plan which you generate in half second or something like so. So it's fully automated and both just do. So, but you took it as an absolute in your work that you get in this half second, and it's like a perfect, or like it's just there situation. You didn't went on, or like there was a decision which you made that you didn't went on now, just let it run 1 day, you know, and you would get 7,000 plans. If it, you didn't went through like, or that you would now exhaust in a way that kind of form of computability of a plan, and looking away for its inner limits. Like, and you took a shortcut by cutting that then for very much hollowed out kind of thinking of a topology. It's like Steve, like just not like the alphabet or so, like a very artistic formal kind of principle of understanding a type, which is not like, or like it's not like well, I know your project better, like it's for not you take on, you didn't continue with this artifact or something like that. No? You take like very solids or like platonic solids and those now. And this is then at the end, we discuss actually just the shortcut with your project, not the first 3 months of your research, then through that. And there was an inherent decision which you made not to continue the research or like to search the shortcut. No, and
yeah, I mean the automated plan is a really fascinating drawing. You know, it's obviously a fiction, right? It's not a inhabitable housing block, but the significance of these dynamic parts is obviously stronger there. So, you know, like Daniel, I agree, like we lose a bit when we go to these platonic solids. And certainly like then the kind of unique aspects of that initial plan get lost a bit when they're constrained so aggressively by the envelope relationship to the kind of dynamic elements. I think it kind of puts this project, like compared to that initial plan, the current version is like much closer to something like the Maison Vert by Chirot, right, where it has some dynamic kind of transparent glass elements which are mediating and kind of transforming across the course of the day between the program of the dentist office, psychologist, and you know the residents, and right, and those kind of dynamic partitions achieving different spatial conditions over the time of the day, but it's still very constrained, right? Whereas that kind of initial plan showed something where the space's typology could be questioned. It had a lot of problems though, you know, like, and I wonder if there's some kind of redressing now these platonic solids as a tool to create kind of artificial context for these things. Like as you're building your own context, particularly in the relationship between like interior and exterior, and bringing some of those kind of large scale dynamic moves to the way that you're treating the exterior environment too, or the interstitial spaces between the buildings, and utilizing the way that you're composing these things to some kind of performative end relative to that, right? Like the fact that you allow that these shapes are, you know, kind of informally placed on the site creates the opportunity for, you know, kind of dissolving that grid that you were kind of locked into with the kind of autonomous plan drawing. But, you know, at the moment, you're not really leveraging that for rethinking what the kind of interior exterior relationship could be between these buildings. Again, going back to that kind of InfoNavit project you showed that Moss did the master plan for. One of the projects in there by my colleague Francia Pita and Jacqueline Bloom was kind of riffing off this idea of kind of incremental development, a party wall, and the way the kind of interior is sitting next to a not fully enclosed courtyard, so kind of unrolling of the more vernacular Mexican courtyard house, or northern Mexico courtyard house, which obviously has a history going back to North Africa and Moorish conquest of Spain. So, you know, it's not easy to say that's like a specific type, just that one location, but this kind of unrolling it or unfolding it to create this like more ambiguous courtyard space in relationship to the individual housing. Because there seems like there's opportunities within this plan to leverage the kind of ill-fitting angles and things that you're setting up, operating with these dynamic idea of partition and programming to create something that's maybe more in the spirit of the initial autonomous plan, but actually is creating an actual kind of performative interior-exterior relationship and a different thinking of private to public and collective space within the project.
Yeah, there is to me something interesting in the process or in the method. No, that the fact that you start with a matte building, almost like a sort of archizoom infinite plan, which is the result of automation, and then you, let's say, you encapsulate this infinite plan within these Philebbian solids, no, and then you get, so you move from matte building structure to an archipelago structure. Not is an archipelago structure in which each one of those figures has inside a type of a space which is somehow the space of this matte building. No, so in a certain sense, this article of Stephen Ken Patterson that speaks about space and anti-space, no, the space of the Renaissance and the Baroque, and in opposition to the space of modernity, no, and I think that you have here a lot of weird mixture in between these two types of space, which is on the one sense can be read as figurative, on the other sense inside can be read more as formulative, right? It's not exactly a generic space, but I would say it's more a vague, no? It has this vagueness, right? Which is a certain indetermination that tends towards determination, no? So it's not like the generic space that is indeterminate and attempts at meaning indeterminate, no? But the tendency towards this determination. And to me, what I would probably as a next step take into account is which is the role of the border of these figures. Now, of course, one thing is the relation in between the different figures, in between the cross, the rectangle, how these geometries do they establish a dialogue or a non-dialogue, and of course, which is the space that remains in between and how do you use it. But I'm really interested by this sort of membrane that you put in order to encapsulate this space and to provide a figurative vocation, a figurative nature to a space that originally was conceived as a pure infinite ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was always the problem of when you eliminate syntax from the infinite plans, like the like organizational strategies can't work after a certain scale. So I think this was testing like what are the forms that are more successful when internal syntax is eliminated. And it was constantly a battle between like formalities and artifact and the infinite plan. I think the courtyard house in the bottom right here, that was one of the last plans that was generated, and it utilized, I think, most successfully the idea of the building as a limit and kind of the full spatial implications of what the computational software could generate. It's just playing with scale at this point and seeing like at what point does the algorithm break and no longer become useful, because obviously the way it's generated is almost infinitely random. So like at what point do you feel comfortable forfeiting control and then allowing space to self-generate, I would say.
Okay. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Interesting project. So we move to our next presentation. Nolan, are you ready?
Yes, I am. All right. So hi, everybody. I'm Nolan. And so this is infinities over one, which is sort of this play on word, play on project title towards the revitalization of the 5/1 apartment complex, which, as we all know, has established this sort of consistent visual monotony within our urban landscape, and has led us to a point where we sacrifice quality of space and socialization for the affordability of its construction. So the idea of infinities over one produces this new vision of the living complex and the way which spaces are shared and viewed as a collective experience, as well as how spaces begin to be arranged and distributed. And so, our living complex is no longer frame space, but rather occupy and enclose it, shutting us off from most aspects of life that are worth engaging in, such as, the openness of green space in large amounts, access to shared spaces and communal interaction, and as well as an access to a diversity of programs, which are typically limited to, just the first floor of any 5/1 complex. And so while this form of living is affordable in its construction, it forces us to commute and exit the space to access the other, 50-something% of activities needed to support a vibrant life outside of just sleeping and eating. So through this realization, I wish to create a more vibrant and synergetic living condition, which attempts to create a world that is socially self-sustaining on larger scales, and can allow inhabitants to access many of these aspects of life without having to commute to them. And so my startup allows for the sort of infinite number of combinatorial possibilities, which can help to reinvigorate the mundaneness of mid-rise housing complexes, as each iteration takes on its own unique spatial qualities, its own unique arrangements and distributions. So these combine both private and shared space, supported with the proportionate areas of green space needed per person, growing cubes to support a sustainable environment, and an access to other shared programs, such as things like office spaces, community spaces, basketball courts, restaurants, and pretty much any other program that can be brought in to cater to the growing resident population. And so my research began by cataloging samples of the 9 grid, as I sort of felt that they were essential to understanding a type of living efficiency and rational condition that I was striving to reach in the project. More specifically, when the living grid is combined with other aspects of life, such as leisure activities like retail and restaurants, outdoor conditions like forests and open green space, to produce these new versions of the grid, which are socially and vibrantly sustaining within its domain. So the bottom 3 images begin to highlight this idea of scales within the grid, ranging from the private living condition, an intermediate scale where these groupings can begin to share other aspects like green space and create relationships through their adjacencies. And finally, up to the scale of larger granularities, as certain groupings begin to act as neighborhoods. So using this beginning research to represent how these types of scales can create granularities of life based on their mereological scaling factors. And so this was my first attempt at trying to understand this idea of scale and granularity within the first few weeks of the studio through some quick collages. And so I first began with a sort of large aggregation of gridded spaces to create this sort of gigantic 9 grid city, and began working my way down through scales and combinations of grids. So here, a representation of, say, 1,000 people. Here, a collage supporting 200, and then extracting a quarter piece for 50 people. Here, showing a more closely zoomed in understanding of the sort of living condition with all these supported activities around it to produce this vibrant and sustained social environment. And here, a living condition for 4 people, which is supplemented with green space proportionate to the individual. And so a single person requires on average about 175 square meters of living space. So these are my parts which begin to separate this 175 square meters, this sort of living condition into pieces based on the grid into specific spaces like the kitchen, living room, bathroom, bedroom, which allows for these sort of interesting outcomes when they're recombined into different configurations to produce shared and aggregated living spaces beyond just the private condition. So thinking about the possibility for, say agreeing participants to commit and share certain programs. So say you have a kitchen and bathroom established, which was, purchased by an existing resident. Someone can come in and add on, say, just a bedroom unit. This makes it, say, more affordable to live here since you're only purchasing the area that you need. It allows for the owner of the kitchen or say bathroom or what it be to make back money over time through, say, maybe like a small monthly payment by the new inhabitant. And here showing the proportionate areas of forest or green space needed per person and how these proportions can become problematic when expanded within a compact living condition. So for 7 people on the right, would become problematic to integrate at larger scales and myriologies. And so you can see just how much area is needed to give each individual person the proportionate amount of green space and how this, form of proportion sort of integration creates too much separation between the inhabitants. It wouldn't be productive towards this idea of a compact and efficient living condition. But when these spaces become granularized down to the scale of the living condition, can instead become shared and socialized as access to these spaces aren't being used 100% of the time, thereby creating these sort of pockets of green space which are shared amongst the residents and the opportunity for them to come together to create these sort of larger fields. And so here's an overview of the catalog showing how these myriologies can begin to produce larger living conditions and how at certain amounts additional programs and spaces can begin to become available. So here showing just a few single person living conditions, sort of with its green space and harvesting cubicles attached, sort of remaining proportionate to the square footage of the single living condition. And moving forward, how they can begin to aggregate together to produce this sort of necessary amount of open green space and make this transition from private to shared space in larger quantities. So as you grow in size of residence for 2 people here, green space always remains the same. But throughout this idea of infinities, it's sort of adjacencies and placements aren't repetitive. So the way in which interior space is laid out, its relationships to, say, other adjacent units and green space is always shifting. And so here on the right, outdoor spaces can be swapped for other programs like pools, and over larger myriologies can create community pool spaces. And so here for 4 people, still maintaining its proportions. And at this scale, the green space is still very much being perceived as this private thing, sort of like courtyards and balconies at these smaller myriologies. And these can also begin establishing perhaps the sort of maximum domain for maybe a standard family of 4 and the size needed to sustain it. And so here's just a quick view of those growing cubicles in this relationship to other shared spaces in courtyards at these smaller aggregations. And then up to 8 people, this free green space begins to be perceived as a sort of the shared entity and no longer a private one, as well as the communal sharing of the living condition and interior space, expanding beyond just being private sort of creating these close-knit micro communities. Here showing 16, where what was private pools in the previous can become joined and shared amongst the residents within these sort of intermediate mereologies. And as you work up in scales, this aspect of shareable space becomes more evident and noticeable, as well as this perception that you're now beginning to have access to sufficient space outside of just the living condition. So say, here at 32 people, something like a basketball court becomes available. Bringing in these, additional programs to sustain a more socially vibrant domain in which additional space is brought in to implement new programs at larger granularities and scales. And so at 200 people, you can really begin to see how these urban landscapes begin to take shape as green space begins to act as circulation between places and provide this adequate amount of exterior space needed to support the individual when it's shared, as well as the availability for extra space or extra spaces to support other functions of life, such as perhaps a shared office or a restaurant. Here showing just a little bit more variability in this 200-person condition, where at this point begins creating these sort of neighborhoods, as well as these larger uninterrupted public green spaces or terraces, when smaller squares come together to form larger ones. And thinking about the possibility of these being, places like parks or the potential for them to be rented out as venue spaces, or maybe say a bar overlooking the city, having the potential for these spaces to be rented out and swapped for different things. And so larger communities can be outfitted with these additional spaces, distributions, and amounts to sort of support the needs inside through say either their isolations or by the way they come together to form more complex programs and scales of spaces. And so here at the largest mereology, how maybe two of these neighborhoods can be placed together to create a variety in distributions and sort of programmatic arrangements. And so at these larger scales, when these smaller mereologies begin to be aggregated, you start to produce these super dynamic and socially engaging spaces, which allow for space to be shared based on their, sort of proximities to where you're living, as they no longer separate residents from each other in a traditional sense of living. So what normally acts as a privatization of space is now perceived and used as these social ones at larger scales, and engage residents through their interactions and shared activities together. So basically all in an effort to rethink of how living can be made more sort of vibrantly affordable without having to sacrifice the quality in space received, through this sharing of living spaces and adjacencies. And the ability for additional programs to come in and add on space to kind of create a supported environment that doesn't force us to need to constantly commute, but rather be supported internally through these larger scales. So that's all for the presentation.
Thank you, Nolan.
Thank you.
From like a formal standpoint, there's things I like about the project. This kind of insane cantilevers, types of volumes get produced. I think it's walking an interesting line between, a complete lack of figural legibility while still having these kind of moments of kind of interesting coherence or order. There's a little bit, I think, conservativeness in terms of the way you're thinking about the green space and the different way the program blocks can be designed. That I mean, on the one hand, kind of makes them like clearly a fiction. With the kind of tree-filled parks having what looks like 18-inch slabs underneath them somehow, right? Which on the one hand is just a kind of we could say it's a technical resolution, but I actually think it would serve to dramatically improve the project by introducing kind of more irregularity into the system, introducing kind of more specific aesthetic into the system, because the way that you've kind of framed at the corners and consistently with the timber elements, kind of infilled with a kind of like O.M. Unger's-esque window into that edge of the block, means that no matter like how the thing is performing, it is very much contained within. Like even putting up a kind of railing around the trees, fitting in that same language. And I think allowing certain elements to express themselves through the architecture more, whether it's a significantly deeper slab for where you're going to be planting, or bringing the kind of vertical garden more to the edge of those program elements, will actually produce a kind of more interesting aesthetic for the architecture and a more interesting kind of spatial quality, because everything won't be consumed in this kind of singular mass timber framed box logic you have. It's a bit like on like Friedrichstrasse in Berlin, like after Nouvel's Galerie Lafayette, like the Berlin said never again, and they came in with these like really strict rules about kind of gridding stone and glass in certain proportions on every new building on that street, which actually served to, I think, damage the aesthetics of that street, right? Like it really homogenized that experience, and you're following like a very similar set of kind of aesthetic guidelines for yourself that are probably self-imposed. I don't know if this is like Daniel reaching back to his youth or something, saying that you need to have a certain proportion, like the corners must be solid, like all of these things. But I think kind of leaning in a bit more to how some of the things that are inhabiting these things could bring eccentricity to the aesthetics would be really productive here.
Most definitely.
I'll just make a comment. I was listening to your words as much as looking at your images, and I put a couple of references in the chat. But you used the word affordability and sort of a suggestion that spaces could emerge or sort of adapt over time. And the types of things that I began to think about are an early CISA project, a housing project, where his move was really to provide the infrastructure like an aqueduct in a way that ran through and the landscape and made the potential for people to sort of adapt and create and build upon and expand upon their housing. And also an Erevena project does something similar. And I wonder if it has that potential, then thinking about the infrastructure that might be needed for expansion might be different than the expansion itself. So when I look at the way in which you've made the architecture, there's not a sense of infrastructure, whether it's shared resources, whether it's plumbing, whether it's circulation, all of it seems to be sort of the shaping at the scale of shaping of the domestic spaces or individual spaces, but not something that would support many of them. But you talked about sort of growth and things like that. So I think there might be examples that you could look to that I think are very provocative and might actually support a notion of affordability and change that is very much in line with the words that you are using. So I appreciate the project, and I think there might be some precedents out there that are doing something like what you're suggesting.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
sorry.
Go for it. Or yeah, I originally sort of started the project as this like ever-growing catalog of sort of prefab pieces so that, whoever decided to live here would kind of be able to go in and select out exactly the amount of square footage they need or exactly the amount of bedrooms that they need. And, you can begin to create these sort of varying sort of aggregations, these sort of infinities that come together, which produce these, really interesting spatial qualities. And say when somebody moves out, the opportunities for, just that single piece, that bedroom could be leased out or rented out for somebody to come in and make it more affordable to live here, and begin sharing these communal spaces like the kitchen, which already exists, or the bathroom, or so on.
It's interesting as you went through this. It was a kind of a wild ride through multiple references from Colin Rowe to Le Corbusier to Hertzberger, and it popped up in different places throughout what those were. But what I saw in this was actually something very, very different. Not whether we think about it as a formal utopia. It wasn't those types of things. It reminded me very much of my first visit to Havana during the special period when the economy had collapsed back in the 90s. And it was a situation in which people had really populated much of the older buildings and sort of had populated them in ways where they built out, built out into the courtyards. They built out onto terraces. They'd hung extensions off, but it was a way of sort of like occupying something that had been very formal, very clearly organized around a courtyard, and then became this other thing that was a conglomeration. And it involved things such as what you showed in some of your images that included a bed next to a fire pit where someone was cooking. It was a really fascinating and curious way about how people, yes, this one is the one that made me think about that, were appropriating space, obviously with not this kind of finishes, but how they were appropriating the space in so many ways that, as somebody who came from the U.S. and from a privileged background, I couldn't even have imagined that kind of creative, resourceful, and desperate appropriation of these spaces and remaking of them. And it made me think, because you started with your comparison, to the ubiquitous 5/1s that we're seeing not only overtake Austin, but I see them in New Jersey. I see them throughout the country, but they're fairly predominant in the South, which are really kind of the ubiquitous quotidian housing for the tech bro, someone just out of college with a certain kind of income. I'm thinking that rather than reimagining what that is, rather than thinking about that as the baseline that you're acting against, I would probably, if you really want to think about sort of questions of affordability, of what cohabitation might mean, what utility might mean, you might want to sort of rethink your baseline completely. Because if the baseline is always going to be for this particular audience, it'll always be on variations for that particular type of audience, as opposed to sort of thinking, if we completely rethought how people appropriated space, how could this actually sort of serve a completely different kind of community with completely different kinds of needs? I think that would really sort of like push you much further on this. I think it would open up what the possibilities are that you're talking about on this. So I think, like I said, I'm actually fascinated by this particular image, and I'm thrilled that you thought about coming back to that image as soon as I started talking. I'm fascinated by this, fascinated by what it means, fascinated by the kinds of questions we could be asking about how we appropriate space, and would just encourage you to actually take it even further, even more extreme, and get away from thinking about the fact that we're here to serve 20 and 30 somethings who graduated from college and have a particular kind of income. What could this be in a completely different context?
Mhm.
Thank you, Michelle. Maybe, oh, I see we run already a bit over time in our session. Hey, thanks, Nolan, for the project.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for your comments.
This as a research is very stimulating. Yeah, thanks for all the guests for joining us today. If anyone has a kind of closing comment, like a short one or like a quick one, please, you're welcome.
Yeah, I just really enjoyed these projects today. Great work, everybody. I think it's interesting to look at this project the way you guys have, and some alternative ideas about kind of collective ownership, or rethinking the typology and its potentials for dynamics and change over time, especially in the kind of face of the typologies that are emerging through the kind of pressures from real estate developers, and maybe aren't leading towards actually the kind of social equity or benefit to the individual inhabitants. So rather than pursuing like a kind of micro home studio or these kind of capsule size units that we're starting to see kind of spring up out here in LA for sure. As this kind of new future for housing, like this is looking at how do we kind of maintain equity and quality of life through different means, different organizational strategies. And I think that's a really fantastic studio.
It's always the Zoom silence. Yeah. Thanks everyone for joining today. We will continue the review in half an hour after a short break. And thanks for all the guests today for joining. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thanks, Al.
Thanks, everyone. Congratulations. Ciao, bye. Congratulations.
Hey, hello, Shamin.
Hi, Professor Koehler. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to see you again. Yeah, we have a break at the moment.
Okay.
So we start at 3.
Perfect.
In a few minutes. Just.
Yes, perfect. I wanted to join to make sure everything is good, and I looked at the board. I think the works are really interesting, and thank you for having me.
Yeah. Do you have already linked to the board?
I think it's in the PDF I received. Yes, I saw it. So can you tell me who's presenting in this coming session? I want to see the names.
Shakari, Zain, and Max and Dennis.
Okay.
So
I look.
I also put always a little green arrow because we just arrange it alphabetically more to have no special order.
Okay, perfect.
Way on the board. Yeah.
No problem. I'm excited.
Then, we already live streaming actually.
Yes.
It's like on the YouTube channel from the school. It's like all the final reviews of the school.
Okay, that's great.
Streamed.
Yes.
So that's already also recording for the canvas background. Hey, hi Matt. Hi. Hey, thanks for joining.
Indeed, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hi Matt, I'm Sharmeen.
Sharmeen,
nice to meet you.
Where are you based, Sharmeen?
I teach at Florida Atlantic University, Fort Lauderdale, north of Miami.
Okay, great. Welcome. Well, virtually welcome to Austin.
Thank you. But interestingly, I'm now in Round Rock, Texas, north of Austin.
Okay.
Yeah, I visit my sister. She lives in here. And Austin is a beautiful city, and I'm attached to Austin. So, and Austin, UT Austin, the campus is beautiful. But anyway, hopefully next time I come in person. Let's see.
Yeah. But you have this amazing faculty building, no? Like a Corbusier style, like very tall studio spaces and so on, like this kind of high-rise thing.
You mean in Fort Lauderdale? Yes.
Yeah, the Faculty of Architecture. It's like an incredible building.
Yes, it's a nice building. But I love the building, the Langford building, Texas A&M University. And I know this is a sensitive thing because we are enemies officially. Yeah, I like
this is a bit more up, no? Like
College Station, 2 hours from Austin.
Yeah, it's east. It's more or less on the way to Houston. It's one of the there's 2 routes to Houston from Austin, and it's on the more northern route to go to Houston. So
yeah, I like that building because of the atrium and all the floors open to the big atrium.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. We have
despite we're not as friends. I know this is a joke, but I think it's also like it's official. A&M and UT Austin are always rivals, right?
Yeah, right. In sports, yes. In sports.
Yeah, we have definitely the better courtyard with cherry trees. So Russell's also joined us. So maybe we simply continue directly diving in. Welcome to the. Sorry, it's already the third panel. Yeah, welcome to the third panel of our final reviews. So for the third panel, we are joined by Sharmeen Yusuf, who is assistant professor at the Florida University at Fort Lauderdale, where she is leading in super interesting research, actually in discrete assemblies as well. So like it's a very parallel work. Is also why thought it would be great to have her as a guest. Then we have Matt Fikes, a faculty associate professor at UT. Is super interesting with Meta as a background, not only like a very successful office running in Austin, but background in environmental design, which I feel can greatly contribute to this discussion. And then Rasa Navasatita. Rasa is a lecturer at UT, and also you know her anyhow from before and the first review and so on. So welcome. A very, very short introduction to the brief for our guests, that you also a bit have more a background. So you see hopefully my my full screen. I have by far too many windows open on my laptop. Okay, blank page, because it's a research studio. So we didn't start it with program or site, but more with the background that we state that the kind of like third modern, which we now encounter, I think should also develop a new kind of criticism, a new kind of way how to orient architecture practice, not towards politics, but I think what crucial would be how we deal actually with computation in our discipline. So what I mean with that is, like, I think we see completely a new kind of treatment, what is infrastructure or our capacities through big data and machine learning actually to deal with the environment, and begin to actually structure it by not having any structure, not with complete distributed kind of forms of assembly and so on. So, and here, when we enter peer-to-peer, part-to-part, so compositionally now it gets interesting that it comes always like how you deal actually with kind of like one-to-one parallel kind of part relations. So that as a modern is then a possibility to reread modern assemblies is our entry point always. What I take in teaching is a kind of revival of typological thinking from a different angle, and of course with a goal, which means actually how you actually, when you work with such a kind of distributed way, how you actually orient towards inclusive neighborhoods, actually, almost to make it quite simple. Usually we orient the studio towards like rearrangement of this building. So in a simple way, you can see this as a in itself as a building form. And this term we tried more also to develop strategies which see the city itself as a building and operate in that for distribution of parts. So everyone what you see can also be read as a reorganizational thing of strategies, how you reorganize environment. So we always do this with simple exercises. Here's, for example, happens when you take the quantity of kitchens, food production, so generally like the food making, of storing and growing. What does it mean in the size of Texas, of Austin simply, and your post stats? So it's clear that we have just a formal kind of form of legal organizations of those functions in the city is in itself like a research. So we started with that as a first kind of challenge. What actually happened with the Zoom city, that we lost access to 90% of the urban fabric of the built space, but the city continued to work. So it doesn't mean that 90% of the city is obsolete, or does it mean how we can integrate actually 90% of space, or like should we 9 times enlarge actually this kind of average kind of condition of home what we encounter? And so you see, like it opens directly up a quite new, at first sight radical, but actually everyone I think encountered that it's something which directly is something which begins to be actually real life. So I paralleled that with a series of workshops on computation, where you can now navigate and simply mix those parts, complete structures. And with that, like I asked them to develop strategies, projects, or complements, like what can we now work towards a more inclusive kind of form of built environment. Footnote to this, of course, that means you may get the end of the project with a program on the side. And but then also please consider that means that what you see, don't assess them as like in their completeness as a building, but really more as a thought experiment, and in a way to develop new strategies. So who wants to start in? I think by timetable would be Shakari. Are you ready, or like you want to change? Or like, yeah. So we have also a Miro board. I put it in the chat. I will put this also one more time, where you can parallel follow the presentation. And okay, I shut up. Shakari, the stage is yours.
Okay, hi. So I titled my project Up We Grow in Agriculture. So the goal of this project was to focus on reinvigorating the connection between architecture and agriculture in a way that promotes and supports a collective sense of responsibility and production within the walls of domestic living. And so at the beginning of the semester, we started looking at a catalog of vertical circulation from the scale of stairs to amphitheaters, terrace buildings, and rice fields. And these early collages, we wanted to examine the notion of a building where like everything would be a mere stair away, how would that look, or if we use this motif of stairs to embed architectural staired forms onto agricultural staired forms, and this infinite layering of these means of stairs eventually led to this interweaving of agriculture and architecture and what that could look like. And going from that, I wanted to use this notion of architecture to re-embed agriculture into everyday life in the form of infrastructure, roofs, walls, and greenhouses, for example. And in terms of the typology, it was important to me that the shapes be suggestive and open to promote a sense of community rather than privatizing space. So combining these two notions, this is the beginning of a catalog of parts that I came up with, and compressing the building to simply walls and stairs with the complement of this agricultural hydroponic system. And this is an early iteration of just a structureless computation of what this could look like and how these walls and stairs can begin to inform and suggest spatial conditions that hadn't yet been programmed, and how we can use that moving forward. And so going forward with the parts, I computed more spatially programmed parts, with the first one being a housing model with a typical apartment square footage at the embedded hydroponic wall, and combining living and harvesting. And another form that was generated from this was concerned with the roofing conditions. If you combined this aggregation of this hydroponic system on top of a roof condition, like what that would look like above the apartment or whatever program would be below. And some of the larger spaces that were configured could turn into a hybrid of a market and a shared kitchen space, and with this embedded hydroponic walls, and the exterior space can become like a farmer's market. And then the largest form would be like an open plaza space that can combine these hydroponic and aquaponic systems on ground level and an open air stage for communal programs. And so when combining these, you get a nice kind of synergy between like living and shopping and gathering, and it produced a stage for suggestive program that could take place in the residual space. And so if you keep aggregating these on a larger scale, you could get a building form where there begins to be pockets of porosity underneath these aggregated walls and residential areas. And you see that in the plan and elevation, how there's a relationship between the figure and the ground, as I call it, where the enclosed and the porous space where you activate the lower half for more communal programs amidst these walls. And so in terms of siting, I focused on the desert climates because there tends to be food deserts in these areas, and the hydroponic system could introduce access to fresh grocery with limited water use. And so this is a specific site in Arizona where it's been a victim to urban sprawl, where there's only one grocery store that's supposed to service all of these apartment complexes. So I proposed to put my intervention here to allow for more options for fresh food. And this is just seeing how the building can be a framework or a passive framework to service those who live there directly as well as those who are adjacent. In terms of form, I wanted it to be basically a platform for to sustain its residents. So there's living walls you can see on the facades that would be for food production, and in between in the courtyard spaces there could be a more communal farmers markets and things. And the building looks bare right now because I wanted it to be like a framework rather than a strict program space, but this would be potential housing opportunities here. And this is a look at what could happen in these courtyard areas where people could come in and access plants and purchase groceries and things like that. And so when you have the groceries market, and then how we can begin to populate these residual spaces with pop-up vendors and things. And then in terms of implementing a paperclip to the project, I wanted to use a digital augmentation to encourage collaboration in food production. And this is a case study where you can track groceries and things in supermarkets and how I could apply that to the own project by implementing this recognition system within the walls so you can keep track of the project. And it's translated into an app mock-up where you'd be able to create your own profile and keep track of how your plants are doing, or like, and potentially set stage for retail where you can begin to sell the crops that you've grown within the building, and potentially adding a kind of game component to where you can be able to keep track of where the plants are. And if you want to sell them, you can list them on the app and then track the process and your customers and how much you made and things like that. And this is a diagram of how this network could work on different scales. So residents could track the plant growth, the app for their personal consumption, or customers who don't live here could come and just come to this relationship where vendors come and set up their markets here, and then customers can use the app to purchase things from them, and then, or you can simply just come and track the plant growth that you can. And so yeah,
You finished, Shakari? Ah, okay. Thank you. Maybe shortly, I see that Koehler also joined us. Was just shortly after the introduction. Clay is also associate professor. Yeah, I think every one of you know him as he leads the first year program. So thanks for joining us.
I might start, at least kick this off. Thanks, Kari, for the presentation. There's a lot of sophistication here and a lot of accomplishment. And I think I'll try to offer some ideas that, some perspective and ideas and feedback that maybe at least give you maybe give you a different perspective of how to think about this, how to package this, or how this in theory could potentially even go farther. I think the first thing, first I just want to mention that this is an interesting idea to push the notion of what you're calling the kind of agritecture. And I took my students on a field trip to the Bird Wildflower Center 2 weeks ago. And when we were speaking to the researchers there, they have their different test beds where they're looking at different resilience of different species and which ones even survive the apocalypse, for example. And they were telling us that I suppose one of my students asked, like, how much is edible of everything that grows out here? And they said, I guess about 20% of the flowers and weeds. And they said when they're doing the research, they often will just graze and eat a lot of the landscape when they're kind of just walking through and doing their measurements and understanding that. And it's really fascinating to think about that being paired with architectural form. And if we were to then think about that becoming part of driving these planes and masses and walls. So I think there's a lot there within this notion of edible gardens, edible landscape, and how that can drive architecture rather than vice versa, rather than just being agriculture being in leftover zones, either outside the city or whatever the case may be. And I think my main criticism of the scheme, because again, there was a lot of strength. I'm convinced of a lot of things that you have in terms of the units themselves and the individual parts. And obviously the premise of the studio is to start with that and aggregate outward to have a very much a bottom-up approach. And I think there's a lot of success in that. And where I think it could evolve would be then thinking about a little bit more top-down once you have now situated it. So for example, once you've given it that site, then solar orientation comes into play. And it would then be odd to have the exact same punctures south, east, and west when light is so critical for these plants. And you could imagine, if nothing else, sort of thinking of a broad brushstroke term, either from somewhat handy artist going in, you also could even, of course, that could be part of into the formula, into the script of what you're creating in terms of how much aperture do you need for each type of exposure based on this climate. And then you would expect to not see the exact same type of opening on every single side, and or you could introduce dimensions, a horizontal plane that begins to provide some shading on the south, for example. So that's one aspect of where I think that this could become grounded and strengthen it further. The same thing with the same question I have, actually is somewhat of a question for you, is how do you determine the extents of this? Like, when did you know how to stop the edge? How do you set the boundaries of it? Could it not be in that particular site that you have? Could it not have been 20% bigger or 20% smaller? It'd be interesting to hear what's setting that condition.
I can jump in.
I guess I don't know. Consider linear orientation, I guess, and I just went to the boundary of the edge of this road here. Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry. Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're choppy. You're coming in and out. Almost all of your presentation we could hear in the very last 30 seconds of your presentation were hard, and now this answer it's hard now suddenly. I don't know why. Maybe sometimes if you disable your video, for just a moment when you're speaking. It's good to be able to see you when you speak, but like, let's try that.
Oh, I was just saying, like, I kind of went to the edge of the road constraint here, and I consider this linear orientation. I didn't really think about. I didn't really think about adding beyond that.
Well, I think that just with the, what you have on the screen now, you could imagine then with an overlay starting to think about access points, because it's just thinking about where would the primary, secondary, tertiary entrance be, especially if there's going to be pickup and delivery of food and these types of things. The access points become really critical and raise questions about how you define the edge and why one edge might be different than the other. And again, this could be partly landscape, partly hardscape, but it also could be somewhat of an extension of what you've created for your architectural language of these planes and surfaces and volumes to allow you to then, again, take what is a speculatively very rich idea and then start to ground it at least a little bit. Like, again, it's not meant to be like the building just south of it. It's at all, of course, not trying to analyze this too much, but I think it could be interesting to see how your system begins to mutate a bit to adjust to the very specific microclimate and then the site geometry, site parameters, and access. And so again, there's a lot of accomplishment here, and I appreciate you sharing it. And I'll leave it at that. So give the other esteemed viewers a chance to chime in.
Yes. I want to jump in because I agree with Matt's comments. And thank you, Shakari. I think it's a great work and great presentation. I'm also going to repeat or reiterate some of the points, maybe add a little bit more to what Matt mentioned. I also agree that it's a very bottom-up approach and very interesting futuristic design solution to certain climatic, environmental issues. It has this quality of almost indigenous and very kind of climate or ecosystem sensitive architecture that really responds to certain qualities or environment. And I think the design quality in terms of these minimal openings and more walls responds to the Arizona climate that you are targeting. So there are very interesting and successful design decisions. Of course, the overall topic of self-sustaining community and all of the food production happening within the project, I think is very interesting. It's challenging, it's complex, but I think you managed that really well. In terms of like a few things that I think could have been evolved slightly more, if you have time or if you think about them. I agree with Matt that contextualization, after you aggregated your parts and selecting the site, I think there are more global variables from the site that could have impacted your overall system. That's how I think. And this is just very similar to what happened in my studio, where students also use these discrete assembly of units. And then when they contextualized their system, there was a still kind of certain unclear relationship between the system itself and the site. And it was a difficult and challenging kind of design decision, but I can see that quality and the sophisticated assembly you have is very interesting. Another probably local or more on the parts design decision that I have a comment on is maybe probably the verticality is more obvious. And I really like your collage and your catalog of certain kind of terraces and farming kind of scenarios that you've researched. I was wondering if you maybe can add to or maybe explain the fact that certain planes almost are missing, or maybe it's only me, a misunderstanding, because I know that your walls are really important and they're functional for food production. But I also feel like, yeah, I think this aggregate is very interesting, but certain moments I feel like there is a lack of planes and horizontal moments. But overall, I really like the project. It's a very interesting. So thank you, Shakari.
Yeah, thanks. I think, I mean, for me, like I of course appreciate all of the comments and as well as the really thoughtful presentation. I think the interesting thing to while still keeping it at the conceptual and systematic level is sort of starting to think about how can you use this notion of parts and not freeze it in time once you get to a certain point. And for me, like all of those contextual questions that were just brought up can be another sort of way to sort of drive the project, but it might take a minute to get to that, right? Like you finish with this overall aggregation strategy that's localized and contextual, but internally driven, right? And then, you know, if you start to then read the project as you would the context, then there's a whole nother layer of parts that would be developed for the specific, right? And so like, I think that's what's always really interesting about studios like this is that you go from things that have a universal or acontextual or locally, internally endogenic driven kind of like process. But then when you get to the next stage of the physical context, there's another part that's needed. And that can still be within the part logics. And I think also the green spaces and the orientational questions could be addressed that way as well. So there would be parts that would be driven by if this is located in Dubai versus Germany, that would allow it to be contextually appropriate, right? In terms of environmental conditions or even social conditions. And I think that can stay within this sort of notion of parts and aggregations and limited sets and all of those kind of things that are underlying the overall project as a whole. And I think it'll be super interesting, you know, like, is there a part that deals with insulation, you know, or is there a part that deals with solar orientation? Or do you observe or run another script over the top of the project once it's aggregated and located in the specific moment that you've picked? And then start to decide like, no, actually these spaces here are the ones where I should be growing things, right? And these are the spaces where people should be, you know what I mean? And so that continuous kind of use of the process, it doesn't run and then stop, right? Like I think it can run and then pause, evaluate, and then run the next, you know, iteration of it, right? And it's not iteration of the overall logic, it's the localized specific iterative moment. So I really appreciate it though, and I always enjoy seeing this work.
Shakari, thank you very much for presentation, and it was a great comment. So I will just add on just several aspects. In your presentation, as everybody have said, you have a very nice intention to flip something like hydroponics, bringing into the other type of areas where this duality, this contrast is very beautiful, that you bring hydroponics into the deserts. And the land is not related anymore from the productivity of the issues you offer to be the advantage. It's so poetic, it's so nice, and it's very impressive. Congratulations, I'm really inspired, even in the content choosing, like in content choosing in terms of where is your project. And also seeing all your project in progress, like sequences of your iterations as a design research to reach how the building elements becomes the parts in your project. I have some comment that I was slightly more fascinated with a progress, which is earlier, where it produced more variability in terms of dark space, light in space, shadows, like other types of indoor, outdoor situations, where the hydroponics do not need even the direct light, and they are perfect to bring them in and a deep insight. And I think this layering was so interesting within what you mentioned in with navigation, rather was inspired in. And maybe the last moment of your project, it looks much greater as a larger entity and it lands on the ground in the desert. I understand that. But I just want to say I kind of fascinated more within this poetic aspect, also more kind of like having more diverse interiorities and light cross ventilation systems, different in framings, which you were managing in the middle of a presentation. So some arrangements I have seen in the middle of your work, that was so inspiring, so beautiful. So just like a comment, perhaps like additionally, drawings are beautiful and very nice. You're choosing, seems that you are very talented in choosing really nice perspectives. So I have no doubt, it's just like from my point of view, that poetry was a bit more in the previous arrangement. But congratulations, nice project and nice experiment for Advanced Studio. Thank you.
But for this, Shakari has a, oh, you want to speak.
Oh, no, I was saying thank you.
Yeah, just want to say, like, what no one mentioned actually is the poetry of the app which you designed, which like for me personally is the best, most innovative aspect of the project. Okay, let's continue with Zane, a high-rise proposal.
Yeah, let me share my screen real quick. Can y'all see that? Okay, so I'm Zen. I titled my project Interlock. And let's see, in the beginning of the studio for the first couple of assignments, Shaq and I were actually partners. So we both studied verticality in buildings and in landscape and architecture in general, and how that often looks like a missed opportunity for a lot of architects where they don't design this upward moving space. So we wanted to really look at that and hone in on what we could do with those spaces. And so you guys have already seen these. We created these different typologies of units, and then tried to see how whenever they come together, they create different spaces, whether that means like courtyard spaces or that means garden spaces, and then added the vertical circulation as well. And then I looked at the interstitial spaces that come from the aggregation of these pieces and how a person could travel through both horizontally and vertically. And I think it's a central public space where you can travel through, and then that gives you kind of like the branch where all of the rest of the units branch off of, and then you can access all the individual units with these varying unit types that I had already created. And then once you start aggregating those across a vertical space, more randomly and spontaneously, I came up with these different iterations. And so architecture, but more so on the vertical side. So I looked at vertical farming, and the increasing demand for vertical farming actually has reached a peak. And I guess it's still peaking, but in 2019, you see this really large demand for more vertical farms because like food is necessary for the growing population, but there's not enough space to grow the food. And so a lot of people are looking into using this concept of vertical farms to multiply the space that you already have. But there's a different level that gets added whenever you incorporate these vertical farms within a residential building, because then users have visual access to their plants and their vegetation, and science has shown that there's an improved health and productivity for these users. It also helps to eliminate air pollutants, to circulate air, and to reduce energy costs. So there's a whole lot of benefits for the users. And for my project, Interlock in particular, I looked at 3 different interactive building components, which were the units, the circulation, and the vertical farms, and then split up the usage a little bit just generally. And then, oh, here are the vertical farm benefits listed again. So, oh no, I'm trying to go to the next slide. Okay. Also looked at just the vertical farming itself, different materials that are good for the different components that go into vertical farms, the lighting that's necessary, and the types of them. and then what forms might work best. So I came up with this basic model of the vertical farm, and then throughout the space of the building itself, it gets changed and modified as you go. But this model shows that there are these growing trays, there are these trellises with planters, there's steel bracing, and then there's grow lights under here, and then underneath is the water reservoir and the air pump and everything that the system needs to circulate the water back around and to actually work and exist. So these are the different components like I listed earlier. There are the units, different typologies, and then there's different types of vertical circulation, and then there's the different types of vertical farms. So these three things come together to create this overall form. And like I said earlier, I looked at verticality, but also at this idea of terracing, because that's how figured light would get in the best. And then the vertical circulation has this center root that everything branches off of. And then whenever these all come together, they create these interesting moments and interstitial spaces that I play with. In terms of site, I was looking more at a place where urban meets suburban, and you can kind of see how the building itself also combines both urban life and suburban lives with these more public courtyard spaces, open spaces, and then the more private units. So on site. And then looking at the floor plans, my site specifically that I chose was in Austin, so I just incorporated some residential / commercial spaces on the ground floor too to help facilitate that transition. And then these are units. And then there are also farmers market or market spaces for the vertical farms. And then as you go up, you can see that there's varying density on the different floors. So here would be an example where it's split like 50-50 versus open space versus interior space. And then here would be an example where it's split more open spaces and less interior spaces. In this section, you can kind of see that the idea is that there's this really busy building going on. When you take a cut, you can see that there's all these people in all these different units doing different things. And then that busyness kind of bleeds out into the exterior spaces and then the vertical farms as well. So there's a render showing a little bit of it. And then there's another one that shows the interaction of the two vertical farms. So if you see two units together, and then you can see some are more public, some have more public spaces, some have more private spaces. And then, oh, here's a better one of a lot of these systems working together. And then that last render is a view from a window looking out onto like the rooftop bar. So you can see that even within the unit, you can look out and see that there's a lot of public space and a lot of activity going on. So the combination of urban and suburban living spaces. Again. So that is all.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah. I'm gonna move.
I'm not allowed to talk. That's fine. I'm out here.
I can start again. I promised myself I wouldn't start this time. I will if I need to. Saying, could you go ahead and pan up to the one slide up? Yeah, where it says program, yeah. So could you, a quick question, could you elaborate on what all is happening in that vertical shaft and core?
Yeah, so in the core, there's an elevator, and then there's also one set of stairs that go directly up. And then the stuff that goes around is more meandering vertical circulation.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I'll use that as a point of departure. I'm what I'm wanting to see, but I'm not sure is there, is a possible coupling of the hydroponic system and then the watering that works for that, and possibly all of the other requisite systems that you need to have for a given building, which of course does include vertical circulation, but also does include the primary branches of plumbing that come through the building and this, the mechanical and electrical systems. And I'm wondering, are those also within that? Are those coordinated vertically as well, the same way that the gardens or the farming is?
No, for the mechanical systems and plumbing and electrical systems, there are spaces. Let me pull up the section. Hold on. So there are spaces where, in particular, for like electrical and mechanical systems.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wonder. I guess one way I'm thinking about if you were to do another iteration of the scheme, and I should leave it there in the section actually, might be to think a little bit about two ways of optimizing the system. And so one would be to start to perhaps coordinate a bit of a hierarchy in terms of how those vertical systems work. And another thing would be, as you know, similar to what I was saying to about Shikari's scheme of contextualizing it. If you imagine the ground floor here, and in any urban setting or just any sort of tower, that ground condition is really quite unique, and it usually is something different than every other floor above. So I would suggest actually thinking about breaking your system for the sake of the ground floor. That, you know, these 9-foot ceiling heights or whatever they are for the ground floor, and just the small spaces in general are maybe if this entire system were lifted up by 2 stories or something, where it's almost sort of a podium that might give more flexibility to create active street frontage, such that it would become, in other words, there wouldn't be as much private space on that ground floor, but possibly could open up to the public and really engage the community more. And if you go to the ground floor plan, and again, like I don't want to be the person to talk about this all the time on each of these, but I do think it's worth discussing. In the ground floor plan, yeah, exactly. I wonder if this couldn't. Again, if this were to be elevated up, like at the Barbican in London, for example, where there's the towers all sort of exist on top of a plinth or a podium, so that the lower portion can have a little bit larger spaces, a little bit more flexibility. One perspective of sustainability is just the literal term of sustaining. How can something sustain over time? And part of the way things sustain over time is they have a little bit of a loose fit and aren't and can be a little bit universal space. Especially on the ground floor of a tower like this. And so I would wonder if again, your system, if you took what you've done holistically, and I appreciate the terracing, the way that you've sort of thought about a top-down terracing, but then if you modified this a bit to fit within this context, that it would really amplify what you have. So I think it would be very odd having a bedroom at the, at ground floor in this type of context, as I understand it. And so, again, I think that you reach the limits, like as far as you can go with the bottom-up scheme, in my opinion. And then it requires, you always run out of time in every studio, of course, but it requires then, okay, now what can the contextual forces begin to push back on this and challenge some of the things that you've gotten out of the script and the formula that you've created. And in other words, you could also think about this as, right now it feels as though you created this entire system and then it's landed like a spaceship on the site. But instead, what if it feels as though it's emerged from the site? How might it be different at the base than it would be for every other floor if it's emergent and or the landscape ripples and carves up a bit in section to be able to receive it? You could carve in, subterranean into the ground. But when you have that section and it's just completely flat across, it makes me think, well, you have such a dynamic form for your whole building, but the way that it hits the ground seems so much of a one-liner, just bam, it's just there. And so so again, I think there's a lot of sophistication of this scheme, and I think there's a lot that is very fascinating, is working really well in different ways. And I'm just pointing out a couple of things that I think could bring it to the next level if you're able to spend more time on it as it goes into your portfolio. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
I think it starts to, when it's working the best is sort of when it starts to resolve at the end, and you start to see actually the types of occupations that these subtly different terraces start to promote. And for me, like that would be the place to kind of like really get into even more. I love that it's showing a vibrant and differential kind of like set of occupations. But then I would want to like figure out like, okay, if that's actually what's going to be, you know, promoted by these different situations within this overall system, then how can I help to perpetuate that, right? Or are there sort of negative kinds of uses that might start to bubble up, and how would I sort of, you know, navigate that? But I really like that it's starting to be occupied in a very differential way, and it's occupied in the way that people would occupy it. It's not like, you know, the some kind of random like skateboarder, or you know, the kinds of entourage that kind of get put into projects from time to time that make absolutely no sense. It starts to be like occupied by urban dwellers that are in this sort of vertical city. And I really do appreciate that. And I think also then maybe there could be a subtle set of collaborations with the furniture, the exterior kind of pieces that are brought in to sort of promote those different bits. And also maybe even thinking about like how some of the materialities could be not adjusted, because I actually think you've gotten a lot out of the textures and the materials that you selected, but starting to be modulated ever so slightly to sort of like promote different, you know, levels of intimacy or different kinds of occupation that I think would be really beautiful. To Matt's point, you actually, on the references, there are the projects that are referenced in the vertical garden slide, actually start to describe potentials for what that lower level first 20 feet of this 24 feet of this project could be, right? And it is subtly differentiated while still being within the system. And so I think it's actually a point well taken, and thinking about also the implications for not just the urban fabric, but also the landscape surrounding it. But again, yet another sort of really interesting project that I would really want to know more about. Even the sort of like residual economies that come out of food production that would start to drive other kinds of even temporal kind of occupation of the project, not just by people living there, but by people that might be moving in and out to move goods or bring other kinds of plants or move out produce or whatever it might be. And so like, I think even that level of thought could be, developed as you think about the project more.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To echo what Clay and Matt said, and not to repeat, I agree with their comments, and to add maybe a little bit more, I agree, Zain. I think it's a very interesting project. So congratulations. I really appreciate your the quality of renderings and diagrams, and the presentation overall was very clear. I believe that what's really successful that you attempted to do, and I think it's clear in the section and also in the rendering that you're pointing at right now, is that the way that your parts or units connect in a very interesting and yet complex way, and creating those void spaces in between your architectural occupied spaces. And I think it's almost like a system that can, I believe that it's a generative system that you can rerun this aggregate, right? And then it can reconfigure itself. So it's a very dynamic generative system. And here comes the question, or maybe the concern, and this happened also in my studio, because we followed this discrete assembly processes, that the students went also from the parts or the units, we call them tiles, into the aggregate, and then they contextualize the project. But I think they didn't go back and refine their actual parts to respond to the new context. And I think this has to do with the workflow overall. I think they read it like it's a very linear. We are going from it's a bottom-up approach, or going from very local environments, the parts, the spaces, and then the aggregate would emerge, right? So emergence, quality, and this self-organizing system is about how the units or the parts connect, right? And I think this is interesting, but the workflow is not linear, because once you get into the aggregate and it's within a context, in this case, the Austin site, I think it's inevitable that you need to refine your aggregate with the new context, and how the new context has variables that impact, like, for example, maybe in terms of voids, maybe there's certain voids that are needed at certain level of your aggregate. Maybe there's more density needed at certain part, right? And this has to do with the composition itself, or the aggregate, and also with the program. Like in your section, I really appreciate, I think your section is very interesting, but if you maybe if you would have like another kind of step further, is that how the actual program can change from level to level. What happens at the ground floor, and I agree with Matt's comment, is that the building has to emerge from the side. And then if the program requires certain, let's say, commercial or more public activities at the lower level, then this could reflect in changing these units and their aggregate. So I agree that it's a complex. I can acknowledge that you've done a lot of work, and it's complex to go back and forth between the global variables that are context-based, and also the local variables with the connections between the parts. And this process becomes more complex, but I also think that it's a very successful project. And the fact that we're discussing further maybe possibilities and iterations, I think just for the sake of how can this move forward, but I think overall it's a very interesting and successful.
I would like also to give a comment, Zain. Thank you for nice presentation, and also great comments from this appearing discussion. Maybe something to add, where when you color coded the entities at the beginning, and you call it in the research of vertical navigation, I like that moment of colors identifying maybe simply similar elements turning into some other entity. And I think very nicely where you blue and red, these strong entities. Later on, you had like a yellow color and a gray. And when I look through your presentation to the final image, like beyond some aspects of the site and other issues, what I really want to point out, I enjoy seeing you also reaching a certain duality as a third aspect or third part, we could call, where you, beyond embedding several programs, not programs, intentions like a vertical farming and enabling outdoor activities within large density. I think that switched for you nicely in your end images, where I also would say you open up your large scale into community systems as mostly a towel or the high rise or today what is actual, it's a strict boundary and border for in an existing content for human outdoor activities. Not only that you have a private terrace or private roof opening up, some kind of those studies of colorations I see nicely open up themselves, also collecting vegetables or meeting by doing gardening, and also meeting while selling or enjoying and celebrating these moments, small gatherings in a vertical entity. For that, I really appreciate your efforts to embed these aspects. They are very, very important. I think, thank you for your interesting presentation. Congratulations.
May I ask another question, Zane?
Yeah.
Because that came up when Rasa was speaking, and it is the question of ownership. Can you kind of describe how you think about that relative to this project?
Like
Who owns what, when?
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. The units themselves are owned by individual families or residents, and then the outdoor spaces, so depending on which unit you're in, is either in private and individual, so like the smaller ones, and then the smaller ones here would be more private and individual, and then the larger ones would be shared by either 2 or 3 units, and then obviously the open or public communal spaces are owned by whatever corporation and then shared by people. Does that answer your question, or was your question?
Yeah, but I think it's a super interesting kind of question, right? Like in terms of, because the project in many ways is inviting of occupation at a lot of different levels, and I know that those types of occupation might encroach or transgress private boundaries, which I find to be really, really interesting, and maybe the polemic part of the project. And so I think it's really something, and it's something I've been thinking about too. I think we all are at some level, but it's a really interesting moment to start to think about, like, what does it mean to own when, right? We're living even in a city that's becoming increasingly privatized in terms of corporate ownership. Even public spaces are owned by corporations or pseudo public spaces. And so, like, I think it's really, something to consider about, like, novel forms of ownership, or where the boundaries are, and how things invite different kinds of interactions, and therefore the different kinds of communities bubble up. And so, like, I find it to be really fascinating to think about.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Last semester, we ran into the issue where we wanted privatized spaces or individual living units, but the windows were not offset so that they were looking directly into each other, or like the people in the walkway could see right into the windows. So I think I tried to make it more intentional about not working directly on a grid, but having some things offset from each other so that there's a sense of privacy.
Yeah, privacy is different than private ownership, but I think you're right to sort of think about, like, how it lends itself to sort of different. It's really Matt's point of the bedroom on the first floor, in terms of that kind of voyeurism, but also how do you think about how design can influence those behaviors, whether or not it's owned privately or not? But I still think that fundamental question of who owns what when is really super interesting. And I know Daniel thinks about this all the time as well, in terms of, different forms of ownership that are enabled by blockchain and things like this. So to me, it's a fundamentally fascinating question.
Yeah, it was always like part of building making. Huh? Like, today we have just like private or public left. If you look historically, like, go to any informal settlement. So informal actually is the opposite of like non kind of formed or so. No? Like, actually, I guess it's more natural. Like, the kind of like forms of ownership are so diverse as they historically evolved, and also how you can identify it actually in different modes of cities and so on. And it's I think we're just in the beginning, actually, over the capacity also to read digitally through archives and so on, or like really much more reading through all data and so on. Like, for example, like a property registry, like you can't read like from 16th century like property registry compared with 18th century, like, without really having 3D scans from that and blah blah blah. So, and I think we're just in the beginning to understand how complex actually for history those were, and how fundamentally for really enriching life quality. And this you definitely will come back, like every aspect got more diverse and more complex. I think it's a very great thing, and we should integrate this in architecture, no? Like this kind of rich in details. No? And yeah, thanks, Saint. Like, it's always very good if we can jump off with the discussion on a project. So very nice done. Thank you for today. Then Dennis and Max, do you want to share a presentation?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, great. Hi, guys. Max, I got it. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Our project is called Vertical Urbanism. So we started with these catalog samples of a lot of outdoor spaces and indoor spaces. Specifically, we used video game graphics, but our completed collage illustrated our idea that we want these outdoor spaces to function as bands that can take you to different areas of the program.
No, wait, go back one. You'll notice on the collected game samples that the program is actually offset on the site, and there's actually plenty of connection space. On the graphic pieces with vegetation, you'll see that there's almost a green belt forming in that leftover space. And in the more urban part of the drawing, you'll see that that connection is present and connects a variety of game pieces in seamless instead of a wandering way.
And then looking at the development of our own units, we worked with these kind of 3-story units where on the 3 stories could go either up the stairs or down to a more collective floor. And then our kind of single units more privatized. And then when these units come together, they connect to form a larger unit, which would be for the more public programs.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's different types of connections for different types of units. In some floors, you'll find a social space. In every unit, you'll notice that the first and bottom floor is a shared space for the top 2 floors. This means that when the units start to aggregate on top of each other, an occupant is only ever 1 to 2 floors away, most often from 2 different social floors, both above and below them. And then there are different types of amenities and services, and we thought it was important to find a distinction between the 2. So a service is more of a place of business, a place to work, a place that's going to be run by the community for the community. And then there's more of amenities, a place that people can go to and don't necessarily have to be purchasing time for.
And these are iterations from Unity as we started to put them together.
The building masses in such a way that it creates shade and a mass-void relationship that allows for plenty, if not more, outdoor space than indoor space. This becomes the shared outdoor connection between each unit, and this is creating a lot of the visual interest in the project.
And then this is a particular iteration that we liked with a sort of card scheme. And then going into the selected set, you'll see why we chose that.
From a previous iteration, we noticed that if we wanted light to access the center of the building, we would have to cut light wells. And so we arranged our egress connection pieces around these light wells so that there would be light penetration into the center of the building. You can see the way the egress is scaled up for different iterations, but in each iteration, it leaves space for light and air to access the building. So you'll see how these light wells sort of align and create a spatial layout within the rather asymmetric form that is created with our algorithm. And then one of the last and most important pieces of our algorithm that we thought was important was a way for it to sort of inform program. So as units crash into each other in the Unity script, they'll actually combine with each other to make larger spaces. These larger spaces are what we are going to allocate towards the services and the amenities, whereas the smaller spaces will be relegated to private living arrangements and workspaces.
So this was our selected iteration. And we chose to site this in downtown Austin, right by the river and the public library and the new Independent. So we wanted to create a South by Southwest venue, a place for touring artists to come and stay and also perform, and also have a place for a lot of those music businesses that Austin kind of needs during these like festival times, they could have shops there.
So the siding is very intentional. You'll notice it's next to the Independent and 4 other pretty large towers. On the left side, the back, and the right side of the site, you'll notice 6-story parking garages. And this area, even though it's next to the public library, it's next to hiking trails, but should be a very pedestrian-friendly area. The towers kind of turn a cold shoulder to the pedestrian. There's no access into them unless you're a resident, and there's no visual interest on the first 6 floors of any of these towers. So what is allocated to the car and does not acknowledge the human scale, we thought that was a problem. So we added our piece here because it adds a lot of urban experience to this area. Our building is just 7 stories and it's all accessible to the public from the exterior. So there's a lack of sort of shaded outdoor space in this area. We sought to create a solution to that problem.
So these would be the 2 main plans of our stacked units. The ground floor plan, which has access to an auditorium, and then upstairs, which creates many social spaces, including the large one above the auditorium, which could be an outdoor venue.
There are different types of mass void relationships of different dimensions, and these have everything to do with the programs of the units. Where less space is necessary, it's provided just enough outdoor space for the artist to sort of enjoy a patio. And on the bottom floor where we have actually our main auditorium, the void opens up for access to and from the venue. Also, this provides an opportunity for cars and other trucks that do a lot of the heavy lifting for stages and sound equipment to have access to the stages, both the indoor and outdoor stages. You'll notice there's as many opportunity for outdoor shows as indoor shows, and there's plenty of rooftop venues as well. All of these are connected to a social floor that makes every unit accessible to everyone. On the site, you can see how it opens up to the trails and the sort of context around it.
And here's with the outdoor space being utilized for a festival setting. And these are just some more views of the surrounding area, the hiking trail. The auditorium. And our final render would be an artist who's renting out a space for the week and is able to work within the whole festival area.
Go back 3 real quick. Another one. So I don't know why a certain math shift theme has sort of come about in Austin's downtown architecture, but between the courthouse and the Independent and several other sort of mass shift theme buildings, there's sort of a visual language we're playing with here, but I don't think that the opportunity has been fully explored yet in the way that the mass can be fully shifted off another to create outdoor space and indoor space that has a dialogue. So that's one of the.
You see similar things, you know, obviously the Independent, but also I would say the library we drew inspiration from for the materiality of the building.
It maybe an initial question based on that observation would be, what is the shift do in your project in a different way than those projects?
Will you go back to the parts, Dennis?
The parts, yeah. We prefer individual parts.
Yeah, we tried to design the parts so that the top two floors would shift off of the bottom floor, creating sort of covered walkway areas. That leftover space is also what joins the piece to the next one. So there's about a 2 to 4 meter buffer on the edge of each of the units. That's so when they combine, they actually create ample connection space between them. Our shift is not only the way the shift has been used previously is it sort of creates outdoor spaces in singular events, patios. So in the courthouse, it sort of creates that one outdoor space. But our shift, we're trying to create connection and also entire social floors. So whereas the shift has been used to create sort of isolated incidents for one piece of one building, we're trying to create an outdoor space that has the life of the street. So we noticed that the urban street experience is kind of dwindling, and it wasn't ever really there in Austin to begin with, at least in a small human scale version. And so by creating a floor that takes on a life of its own, be it by the program that is on top of it or the people who have to use it to get in and out of their space, the social floor becomes its own building. Was our main goal.
Yeah, and then looking at this tower, just like every floor plan would be unique and create a different kind of outdoor space that the other stacking buildings don't have.
Yeah, I think you've started to address that. I think the big difference is exactly what you said. I think because those shifts are coming from even though they look maybe similar, they're coming from a diametrically opposed set of reasons, right? Like one, it's a scalar difference, but it's scalar linked to program, right? And so like it's a much more, I don't want to use the word humane, but that's kind of what comes to mind. It's driving it from the person out instead of the image in. And I think that's an interesting like position. I mean, in a maybe another era, these blocks would be draped in another skin, and it would become a singular like architectural vision where the parts are concealed within the envelope. And I actually appreciate that they're not, and I think it's important to understand the relationships to the context, which I actually am very happy that you brought up. Because I think you're really thinking about it as a set of built and programmatic kind of conditions in the city, but also like how those differences are actually manifesting into sort of spatial scales that are at the level of people. And you use the city as the reference, or not the city, the street as the reference for that, right? And so like I think that's a very positive and important takeaway from the project. And then the intervention of these new kind of programs that you've thought about, I think is really promising. I was actually very taken by the and I think it was your work at the beginning when you're using the game objects to sort of develop the project. And so it's not that that's what I'm desiring, but I think that's kind of like that kind of vibrancy could be brought into this project in a few different ways as you kind of like proceed. Maybe not as extensively, but I think the project ended up getting limited in its sort of like extensiveness, and it could have been a little bit bigger and provide more of those kind of novel urban interactions, right? And so I really appreciate the whole process and the way you're thinking about it, though. And congrats.
I agree.
Thank you. Yeah, we were starting with that tower first, and then I think we moved to a little bit smaller scale when we decided on the site, and just kind of more focusing on not being a huge skyscraper in the same area.
I think
it feels like it wanted to be more extensive, not intensive, right? Like spreading a bit more, right? I like the scale of it. I think it plays into the sort of the humane undertones of it, but I think it could be a little bit more extended. Just even with that you selected. But, that's just something to think about.
Definitely.
One of the more interesting parts of the studio was realizing how we sort of work with the algorithm or how we work with computational design. And there was a certain point where the algorithm could meet the parameters I was setting for it, but then I had to sort of grab my model back and inform it about the parameters of the site and of the program that we ultimately wanted to put inside of it. And so there was this interesting moment in the project where we sort of we had what we liked, and then we intervened in a way that didn't break the grid or break the systematic construction of the building, but we tried to fit it more intentionally into the site, and that sort of took the human touch.
I want to jump in, if I may. Thank you, Denise and Maxwell. I really appreciate your comments and your own kind of perspective, critiquing your project. I think you have great points. I believe that this is a great project because I can see how much work you put, both of you, into the project, and I see that there is a very interesting approach. One thing to maybe to ask you about, or maybe to discuss, is that what I learned from my studio, from my students, which is probably a parallel approach, is that when the tiles or the parts themselves are actually bigger scale, like in your case, the parts are actually building scale. And then the combination and the aggregation becomes more expected, or more like controlled or more constrained, let's call it this way. But when the units are of a scale of like certain walls with certain openings, and then the spatial continuity emerge from the assembly or the aggregation, then this emergence quality becomes more, let's say, interesting, because there is this unexpected like emergence that happens. So you run, I don't know, you spoke about Unity. My students also use Unity with the algorithm that they can only expect how the units connect, the parts connect, but then they don't know how the aggregation happens, right? So they run the system, and then the aggregation would pop up. It's like a video of things kind of added to each other. But in a way, I learned from the studios that once you really constrain it, then this unexpected quality is not there. And from pragmatic perspective, I really like the project because it seems that it's a very kind of a practical solution. And I really appreciate all of your thinking, South by Southwest and the site and all of that. But I also feel like maybe because of this algorithmic and computational approach you're taking, maybe a little bit more unexpected outcome of design we're looking forward, and I'm looking forward to see, and maybe less constrained approach. Your actual massing with the colored, can you go back to that moment? Is very interesting. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry, you can interrupt, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, no, I was just asking it's this one.
Yes, this one, because here's what I think I understood. This is the actual massing that would contain your parts, which are the buildings inside. So you almost forced those parts to be occupying this massing. Am I correct?
No, this is the massing we got from a Unity algorithm.
Yes, yes.
Just the parts were kind of shown as cubes in this one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So moving to the next slide. So what, can you maybe, yeah, okay.
This makes them more clear, yeah.
Okay, yes, yeah. So that's what I expected. So your units are actually these stacked gray shaded transparent parts that are within that. So I think from my perspective, I think it's too much constrained. And this is not a critique. I think this is just perspective. Like, I don't know which one is actually better, but I think maybe the fact that your units are of a certain scale that are, when they're contained within this massing, the massing here is important, right? So we still see the quality of the voids from the previous slide, and the units become subordinated, right? They're less important. But I think when you move forward in your design progress, we go back to the state or the quality where the units combination is more important. Yeah, here, right? So here we see the units. You see your building units, the stacking and all of that. So I think there's this kind of lots of iterations and evolving your design where things, and this has to do with the fact that it's a generative system and you can rerun it and you have multiple iterations. There's always a question of evaluation and which iteration is actually more successful. This is always a question. But I think the overall approach is very interesting. Like this particular slide is very interesting. My main concern is that maybe the bounding box in the end, like the fact that it's there is almost like a bounding box that is rectangular box that was not needed. Maybe you could have let things emerge and become projected or outside this bounding box. But I can also say that this is only me. I think that there's a lot of work and effort. So I really congratulate you both. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's great points.
Thank you.
Rasa, do you want to go next or do you want me?
Please go. Thank you.
Sure. So maybe if so I'd like to pick up a little bit on, there's a perspective from the ground. This one, back or forward, whichever, that one that's showing a lot of the green.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another interpretation of some of Sharmin's points, which are all well taken, in terms of going beyond the bounding box of this. I actually have a slightly, or maybe we would agree on this. I think that part of the way that could happen is just disrupting the ground plane here. It's so large in one big L-shaped space that if nothing else, perhaps the radiating lines and the volumes of what you've developed here, if that could begin to change some of the hardscape and landscape here to create spaces that feel like they could be, whether it's an amphitheater carved in the ground or whether it's a flat space and there's just a backstop to it. I think there's opportunity there. I want to mention from this particular view, there is something intriguing about this massing, and I do appreciate what you were saying, Maxwell, in terms of as far as you can with the algorithm and at some point trying to put it on the site. I think that what stands out the most to me here are the guardrails. The guardrails are probably more prominent than you expected, my guess is that you probably didn't design the guardrails in much detail, and they appear to be the main signature, the sort of the main ornament that we see here. I'll also give you a chance to respond to that. Like, is that, how much did you think about the notion of the guardrails, the handrails and the guardrails?
That's absolutely true. I think I sort of forgot how big and prominent they were going to be, because when I first started working with them, they were an extension of the curtain wall that I was working with.
Right.
The material was the same. It looked almost just like a parapet for many of the iterations, and then as soon as we started playing with the material and treating the exterior of the bounding box differently, then I did feel and notice how sort of interrupting they can be. That's something I really thought about.
I think that's the kind of thing you can look back and go back to that ground view. As I think that's something, any one of those, that again, I think you would own it. You would either like really make those something very unique, or you would just run up same material and just reiterate the aggregate of the individual and just make it a solid mass. In these cases, to just have that same material to run up to be, as you say, sort of like a parapet condition. So anyway, I wanted to just point out that I think that speaks to that notion of here's how far you get with the algorithm, and then at some point you come in and you override a few, a manual override maybe over a few of the conditions. If now maybe if you go to the, there's one of the AXO views or a view from above where we can see the different roof terraces. Yeah, so this is the work. I wonder if maybe the same way that I was talking about, if there's a way to begin to own some of this, and I maybe sound like a broken record. I keep talking about the site in a lot of these cases in the landscape, and I'm not a landscape architect, not even an urbanist. I'm not, but that just comes to mind. But let's take a different approach here and think about what it means, because you're saying that these are these spaces up on top could be performances, right? Have performances. Is that the point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then there's
go ahead, Maxwell.
There's just 4 different size outdoor venues.
Well, so my thought is that perhaps the same way you develop the language for these masses, there should be some language to create in some type of enclosure or shading for those spaces to really be occupiable. And again, I could imagine maybe that is another horizontal system that comes into this. At the moment, I don't think they would be occupied very much. Partly because it's just a long, circuitous route to get up there. And then in reality, if you were to actually have any performances up there, it would need some infrastructure to do. You couldn't haul up all the speakers and the drum sets and the DJ setup or whatever the case would be. It would need some sort of backdrop anyway, for example, which then sort of, could there be one other layer that you introduce to this system that maybe then picks up in a different form down below, you know, whatever that system is. And if I try to draw it perspectively out here, almost could be another layer that you could add to this that filters light, creates a bit of a sense, a bit, you know, like right now, this feels like completely like that was an afterthought or someone else has done this. But I wonder if your building, in the operation of your building, could begin to do what this does systematically throughout, and then up on the top for these as well. Because and then also another thing, as you said, is that that every unit is accessible to everybody, and in reality, again, the same thing to do with these terraces. These roof terraces are not accessible to anyone who you know, uses a walk or is not very mobile, is not universal. But so I imagine at least 1 or 2 of them would be able to have some type of your core, an elevator core that could get up to them both, to be able to allow that to function as a venue space, but then also to allow more people to get up within it, that it could just be a layer to lace within your system. So again, I think I'm partially talking about things that the other reviewers didn't, because the other reviewers didn't cover. The other reviewers had great comments, and I'm adding a few different things to think about. But I do appreciate what you've considered here, how you've tried to create a system and then somewhat try to control that system and clip it and put it into a given site. I would say one other thing about the auditoriums. The auditorium on the ground floor and section. If you go to that section that cuts through the auditorium, yeah, one of those. It makes me think, this being an edge condition and there being just open plaza back here, could this not become something a little bit more like the Wiley Theater in Dallas, you know, by OMA and Rex, where could that not be flipped back over here, and then potentially this side could open up? I just wonder if that could activate that zone and break up that L-shaped space a bit, if you were to then again just mirror this module, mirror this component, flip those two, and perhaps dissolve this side, the backdrop, the sort of backstage portion, again, much like the Wiley Theater does. I think those are the types of things that I think you could begin to override and sort of think about how you own them. Everything from, you know, the guardrails, which actually have a huge presence, how you create some sense of enclosure over, you know, one or some of these, and then dissolve the edges of some of them. There would be some things I think that if you had more time, you could push this even further, and it would just make it even more dynamic. But yeah.
Daniel said the exact same thing about the Wiley Theater yesterday. And we're kicking ourselves for not having heard that earlier.
I have even another reference. What is with Stephen Hall in Houston with the art school? Like as a really turning the roof into a stage when you have a lot of outside. Or Stephen Hall is there's plenty of examples, I think, how contextual if you need that. But this, of course, like also when you talk very experiential or like want to think from an experience in a context. From my experience, like having an auditorium space with glass, I don't know anyone. Like usually it would be the best ones they have actually timber but not only timber, there's a resonating body inside our body. Usually have that. So that is also like kind of, there are a lot of themes of kind of thinking stage sets, which is very easily freely to translatable and which builds up then complexity, which you can also translate into cliche zones or something which is in a way again like additional kind of orchestrating the walkability. And also like it can be a song in itself, like that I'm moving into the building to those different audition spaces. And how I would do that, like easily with orchestrating these mass void kind of, and how I'm transition through those and so on. And that you didn't reach yet, but maybe another iteration for the portfolio or so, like that you can more tease out that for in a rendering or so. Yeah.
I think in the next iteration, I would like it to read more stereotomically. And I think having whole pieces and even treating the staircase more massing piece of the unit might help it read the way I'd like it to.
I would like also to add some comment. Thank you for presentation, Maxwell and Dennis. Maybe like after all, very great comments, exploring a lot of ideas. Just one point of mine, like to summarize some areas, like I was really, I agree with all the comments, and it's nice to see some insights of your project and already like having the outcome, comparing with those nice references as mentioned towards your project and the comment from the Charmin. I was thinking it was a very nice moment of unexpected or explored in a larger scale computational aspects. So what Charmin, I think, nicely mentioned that something we maybe humans can't perceive we immediately, but within the computation we could learn and experiment with. So when I see your project, a bit of reduced version, let me say at the end, but detailed as well, so complement to that, I would very much would like to wish your fascination of integrating for Austin such cultural maybe entity. What if you would enlarge the scale within the computation and also to nest and layer those entities? You explain like one theater could be multiple theaters and could be multiple parks, and turn to the high-rise or a large-scale entity as a vertical music park, which could be very unique for Austin, but also within the density of residential density, and not being able to afford even to live here for musicians. You could produce this topic, or it inspires your project me to think actually in a vertical entity like music, theaters, areas, indoor, outdoor, and as well housing, offices, music, indoor, like rather a kind of learning, experimenting, and pop-up artists coming in, like a live over the years. So that liveness of the musicians, that liveness of the artists, that liveness of creativity can also within the computation could nest and layer and offer new ground conditions through the computation. And that colorizing moments at the very first slide, I think it could also end up with those colorizing moments of the art performances, and that high-res in itself, or like large density, not high-rise typology, mentioning a larger scale of computation could allow you also to invent something unseen within the music scene and music life. I would wish that, yes. I think it's potential. So just like an idea of an impression, how you impress me within your project, and hearing the other comments, which was great, and giving to you. I think this is just to finalize and to bring the aspect. But thank you for presentation.
Thank you, Raza, for those comments. Thank you to all the reviewers as well.
Thank you, guys. I really like that idea.
Thank you to our guests who joined us for today, like super interesting discussion. Thank you, Shamin, for joining us from Florida. Thank you, Clay. Thank you, Matt, and also for joining us from the school. Like it's really very valuable input today. Thank you. Yeah, that ends our review. I mean, like if you like and have like a quick comment, something like you're welcome.
I have a very quick comment. Mostly it's just to congratulate you all. I think that you all tried to tackle some large and complex topics and sites and aggregations. And I would just comment that I think one of the great things you learn about in this studio, the way it's set up for you, is to try to balance developing a system and how far that system can get you, and then how much you can control that system. The system can help you make decisions, and at some point the authorship comes into play. How much am I controlling that system? And I think that comes into play with everything and every project, whether it's working with grids, working with structural systems, whatever the case is, there usually are some systems that you're having to work with. And I think this challenged you all in that way, and you all had to wrestle with that. So I hope you learn a lot from that, and thanks for sharing your work, and congrats on the end of the semester.
Maybe it's my turn. I used to go after Matt. Okay, so yes, thank you again for inviting me, Professor Koehler. Thank you all for being nice and accepting the comments. I think the work was great. Maybe it's a good idea to share with you what we've done in my studio, so that's why I felt there are lots of common challenges from the students here and from my students, is that we also followed this algorithmic way to aggregate discrete units. And the students ended up with lots of kind of iterations, but at some points they also did manually delete some of the units and add and copy. So they were working in Rhino Grasshopper, and then at certain points they left the Grasshopper and they did manipulate the Rhino model. So it seems that this control or authorship or agency over what the computational methods offer us and what we wanted to achieve, I think is always interesting. And it's like, if we're very, very much skilled that we own the algorithm, when we can change the algorithm, then it's perfect. But sometimes it's easier just to accept what the algorithm offers, and then we manipulate manually. So both ways are fine. I think what's important is that you understand what the, each algorithm has its own limitation, right, overall. And design process is a very complex process, and those computational methods become more like tools. And there is, like in my case, in my studio, we also explored with AI, and it became too complex. And the students were sometimes trying to figure out why isn't it achieving what they wanted intentionally to happen? And sometimes actually what we want as architects to happen is unclear. So we blame it on the computer kind of or the machine and what it offers, but I think internally we're unclear, and we're asking the machine to is the design for us, and this is particularly applicable to AI. And when you have data set and you train a model to do something, to design and generate things for you, but you're actually unaware that it's not going to do the design, it's going to combine certain features from the data set that you train, and whatever you give it, it will use that data set. So it's not going to do magic, it's not going to design for you. So I think sometimes we expect too much from the machine, and sometimes we control it too much. And this workflow, this human machine collaboration is always interesting. And I'm now in the process to write a research paper on that, on how do we actually incorporate AI into the workflow and advanced technologies like the computational technology you're doing. So I think the workflow, this where do we start? Where do we stop? Where's the humans interaction become more important? And when do we let the computational method run on its own? And when do we stop it? I think these questions are all still within the research. So we're asking maybe a lot from all of you at this level, but just to let you know, you've done all of a great work, and you've managed certain complexities within the design process really well. But overall, I think the fact that you are now interacting with the machine and with the computational methods, and you're learning the challenges and the best workflow, the best optimized kind of framework where I let the things happen on their own and let things emerge. And then when do I take control and stop and things like that? I think this is an open-ended question. We are trying as architects, and we will face it even more in the next few years with AI introduced. So yeah, good luck with all of that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. So yeah, I mean, like maybe I have one to that. It's like main intention is also know that we're in architecture education. We always bring this experience that like a designer or architect is really doing what he or she like wants, or that the building follows that what you want. I don't know a single kind of building which actually ever was built like so, maybe 100 years ago or so. Reality is like, we need less and less actually architects, or like the whole profession is in a fundamental crisis. To say it like in an easy way, like it's especially when this was also a bit the background, like to give you minimum like an encounter, what actually happens when you can in half second or less like produce actually floor plans and buildings. So take this on your way. This is where you start in a way your professional career. Is that in a way like anything what you do, you're from the beginning on slower than a machine. And so that has for sure certain implications. Doesn't mean that architecture like doesn't exist anymore, but I think we have fundamentally to completely to rethink that, to in any way to think again, to be relevant. Or you want to write nice books and you want to have a good hobby which makes fun, then this is, I think, your architecture is always great for it. We end this. Let's usually we would now go for dinner or so. It's very sad that we don't have the dinner now, but I would like us the students like to stay, that we can a bit more informally a bit talk, and then yeah, for our guests, like I also put out now goodbye.